Oh, we're currently live? Yeah. Oh, I was like waiting for the intro. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Norstead Point.
Oh, hold on. No, I just meant we're like live on the air. Hold on. What's up, everybody? My name is Matt, and we've got a lot of really cool people. We've got Hunter, Savannah, and Eddie, and we want to play Dungeons & Dragons live tonight for you. It's a special Friday edition of the Norstead Point D&D campaign. Hunter, why don't you tell us where we left off?
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Norstead Point. Basically, the last thing that, or everything that happened in the last session was really just about 8 scenes. Victor used an untested mutagen on Buttercup to grant her dark vision because she's essentially human, and she was getting dark vision as part of the Gloomstalker Ranger subclass, so we made a story scene out of that. Bruce Fantana mastered the art of action hero landing during a fall. Cecily Clifton is staying in a prepared stall at the stables for now, and Beatrice has been moved to the cave. Buttercup was witnessed during a heroic, frightening moment, providing comfort to the bewitched Clifton girl in front of, I believe, 7 witnesses. You all traveled to Norstead Point together, and Victor took note that he'd have to craft climbing gear in order to ascend the column. And lastly, the group of you have entered Finnegan's Bucket, fighting barb-flinging bats, leeches, sea serpents, and sealing worms. For that matter, Victor, you have a sea serpent egg, and you have all taken a short rest at this old abandoned camp right here.
Littered with leech corpses.
Yeah, for that matter, Braxis had actually transformed, or Victor had transformed into his Braxis form in front of all of you guys yesterday and spoken to you guys about it. And as such, everyone's been super cool about it. I will point out that none of you have really told each other very much about each other. Is that something y'all would want to RP during this campfire, or would you like to continue progressing through the dungeon?
You know what? Let's see what happens. Let's see if it like kind of, unfolds on its own.
Okay, word. So you guys basically are all taking just a quick breather, right? Has everyone healed up accordingly? If you're spinning your hit die and whatnot?
I'm going to save my hit die. I'm at 33 out of 37, so I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I use some hit die to regain.
All right. Can I have everyone roll me perception checks?
Sure. Ooh. One of the better Bruces. He's great after meditating.
Coming through for the first time. Well, not the first time, I guess, but
it's the first time.
Your perception. Everybody. 2 natural ones. Okay, Bruce, you're the only one that hears it. But you hear danger to the northwest and to the southwest.
Ooh. Does it appear to be approaching, or is it stationary?
It doesn't, but you do hear sort of like scraping, sliding sounds.
Hey guys, I'm Bruce Fantana. I know a little bit about danger, and I can hear it in that direction, and I can feel it in that direction. You're welcome.
All right. What would y'all like to do?
Bruce doesn't feel like he's in any immediate danger, right? Like he feels like they're probably okay at the campfire.
You guys have, actually, now that I look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, you guys have slaughtered your way through half of this cave.
Oh, cool. So, like, we feel pumped. Like, he's just like,
are y'all
whatever.
doing very much exploration around this short rest? What are y'all doing during this short rest?
Buttercup was healing up because she got pretty damaged last what happened yesterday earlier. But he said that you heard sounds coming from above us?
To the northwest and the southwest.
Oh boy.
And Buttercup, you still feel very, very immediately that sort of like tug at your chest where the aquamarine stone sits.
With the feeling of that like tug, she kind of like puts her hand there and it's kind of like playing with the necklace for a little bit. And she's like, I hate to suggest splitting up, but that might be a good thing. However, there were these nasty ass leech dudes that tried to steal our souls. So do y'all want to go as a group to the northwest, or you guys want to go down?
We stay together.
Yeah, Bruce has been meditating, thinking about flexing and eagles cawing in the background, and he looks in this fire and he gets me every time.
Matt's giggle every time.
It's so good. Yeah, so he just like Bruce just like stares in the fire and thinks and recovers his key, gets up and like kind of stretches a little bit and says, let's go kill some shit.
Buttercup's like, all right then. So she gets up and like kind of like stretches for a second and is ready.
All right, I'm cool with going northwest.
All right, Buttercup, roll me a perception check because you can see very easily. Okay, no worries. Keep on going.
Is there a rate at which you would prefer for us to move our tokens?
No, that's fine. I will reveal everything as it becomes relevant. All right, Bruce. At about there, Bruce, there is a sort of fluttering, and all of a sudden, the wall in front of you is going to sort of shift and move in response to the light that's been cast upon it. Because you're carrying the torch, correct?
Correct.
All right. So 2 bone spitter bats are going to suddenly like turn and fling their tails at you, seeing movement in the dark.
Dun dun dun.
Yikes.
Oh.
Was Bruce surprised?
Ouch.
Is that why he isn't? Was Bruce surprised?
Hit a deflect.
They were hidden. You didn't see them.
Damn, okay.
Damn, actually, I should have rolled perception. Go ahead and roll me perception real quick.
Okay.
We'll do this retroactively.
Yes!
Whoa, Bruce. Dang. Oh, you have the alert feed,
Yeah,
don't you,
that's
dude?
why I asked. Yeah.
Bro, okay. All right. Different situation. Roll me initiative as these 2 bone spitter bats.
He is danger. Come on.
Dang, Bruce Fantana.
They're scared
All
of him.
Wrong
They
button,
are,
sir.
dude. Damn, they are now. Get them, Bruce. So you see 2 bone spitter bats, and like as you see this wall shifting, and you see these dark eyes sort of turn, glittering in the torchlight. Time sort of slows down as that adrenaline just fills your system. Go ahead and act first. This is the surprise round, house ruled. So, Braxis and Buttercup, you guys will hold off till the next turn.
So Bruce is.
Oh, I did so good, but okay.
Dang, Bruce. Okay.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Bruce is just gonna run over there and just punch that fucking bat a couple times. Twice, no key, just 2 martial art rolls.
Okay.
One of those was good.
Oof. Okay. 7 damage. And that was this closer one here. All right. As you hit it, it is looking pretty severely damaged here. As Bruce's strikes don't play. All right. That second one does not hit Bruce. Next up is this bone spitter bat here, farther from you. It is going to go ahead and attack.
Oof.
Oof. Landing 2 barbs as it flings its like stingray-like tail, and 2 wicked-looking like middle finger long barbs sort of like shoot towards you.
Does it have to
Deflect
be?
missiles.
Yeah, I was about to say, does it have to be a miss for me to deflect missiles?
It just has to be ranged.
Okay. Were they ranged or were they not?
Yes. The bone spitter bats fire ranged barbs.
Can I try to catch them?
Absolutely. In fact, there's no way that you could not catch at least one of these.
I got them both.
You only get one reaction though, so you can catch one of these. The other one will still hit you for 5 damage, but you can absolutely catch this barb.
Cool. I'm gonna throw it at the guy that I've already injured.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
And that's 9.
Wow. Wow.
Danger.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, Bruce. So as it like flings this barb at you, its tail sort of whiplashes and shoots like this veiny barb towards you, and you just like catch it all of a sudden, and then like backhand it back, and you throw it back, and it catches this bat like right kind of behind the skull, like in its neck, and you see it kind of flaps and like falters down this way, as you sort of like as it's staggered from you, but it is going to then fly off into the darkness and out of sight.
Nice.
Shit. Off my page. Okay, here we go. Next up, this other bone spitter bat, which is right in front of you here, is going to take the disengage action and fly the other way out of sight.
Bruce looks at the party and just says, "Cool," and gives him a thumbs up.
Buttercup giggles, and she climbs and like makes her way over towards him, and stops right about here where she saw the bat disappear. And I'm gonna roll perception.
You're gonna roll perception. What are you looking for exactly?
The other bat disappeared.
15. Okay. All right, Buttercup. So you're heading this way, and you sort of like use your sharp ranger senses to hear. And as you're listening for like the of these like skin wings, flapping through the air, you sort of hear like kind of simultaneously like this like kind of clacking of like nail, as well as this like kind of like dragging sound on the stone.
Oh, that sounds unpleasant. That's all she really says, and takes a couple steps back.
It sounds like you have a short amount of time before whatever's coming comes, but you hear other things. Are you gonna tell anyone?
All right, guys, we got some more shit heading our way. You ready?
Good.
You don't have to.
Oh no, she's gonna tell them because she's not going in this by herself. There's
Fair enough.
Only so much she can do.
Okay, alright, so we're at the top of the next round.
Alright, so everybody needs to roll.
Alright, technically, yeah, we'll just say that was your turn, Buttercup, because there's no doubt that you would have been first with that 31.
Okay.
Okay, so next up is Bruce Fantana. Bruce, the bats have gone both ways. What would you like to do?
Flex.
Flex. Roll your performance check, Bruce, but use strength instead of charisma.
Strength instead of charisma? That's a little bit better.
That's what we should be doing, honestly. When you flex, we should be using strength instead of charisma for your performance rolls.
Funnily enough, my mod is only a +1 for strength and it's a 0 for charisma, but I'll take what I can get.
You're toned, bruh. You're toned. You're not.
So that would give me a +1. I'll take a +1. That's a 5% chance that it's a little bit better.
Hey, all right.
That is an 18 flex.
Wow, dang, Bruce, you flex, dude. You flex hard.
Like
Buttercup and Braxis both notice out of the corner of their eyes.
And you see the little twinkle in Bruce's eyes, the flame on the torch like semi-lights his face, and he sort of glows in this red color. You know that Bruce is ready.
And I will say that with the sickness that you have, the sheen of sweat on you is sort of just like reflecting that torchlight in that very just like action hero who's been running for like an hour sort of way.
He is glossy.
You're glossy, bro. Okay, Braxis, you're up next. What would you like to do? Braxis, you're muted if you're speaking.
Oh no, no, I was getting ready to. I had a different program open. I'm gonna go ahead and step ahead into the bend up here, in
Okay.
front of.
In front of Buttercup, so you're placing yourself over here.
Yes.
Okay. That's a-okay. So you are blocking that way back, and are you doing anything else?
Hold my action for a target to get within range, to either to.
I'm sorry?
Is that a thing in 5th edition?
Is what a thing in 5th edition?
Holding actions for a.
Yes, you can prepare a single action by using your action and stating
Yes.
your trigger.
So
What triggers this action?
once a target comes within range of poison spray, I will.
Okay, you got it, man. So you will poison spray the first target within range. That being said,
Something's in range.
Dun, dun.
a couple of creatures are going to move into view. Buttercup, roll me a perception check. Actually, everybody roll me a perception check, but Buttercup... Yeah, no, everybody just roll me a flat perception check. Oof, oof. All right, well, Buttercup was the one. So, Buttercup, basically, you are the only one who sees this because your vision is so clear and you can see pretty high up on the ceiling.
Yeah.
But essentially, you watch as these two sea serpents are sort of climbing across the ceiling. Roll me an insight check, Buttercup. Or, no, this would really be perception. Roll me another perception check.
Okay.
Okay. I'm actually doing this at disadvantage because this would be a hard detail to notice, but 14 should be enough. You notice that their eyes are solid white as they're sort of crawling across the ceiling. But you do notice that these two sea serpents are sort of positioning themselves here. And then over on the side, this bone spitter bat is going to sort of fly back into view and fire off 2 shots at Buttercup. So Buttercup, you're going to take 5 damage.
Got it.
All right. The sea serpents have not yet attacked, but Buttercup, you see them as they sort of both like slither in like S shapes across the ceiling, positioning themselves above the party here as they sort of listen to the commotion below. All right.
She just very softly enough for Braxis to hear, because she feels that she is too far away from Bruce and she doesn't want to draw too much attention. But for Braxis, she very softly whispers, "Look."
Braxis, go ahead and roll me perception at advantage. Okay, with a 21, you see it. So you watch as 2 dark shadows, because you can't quite make them out in the torchlight, sort of slither across the ceiling, positioning themselves above each of y'all. And meanwhile, you are going to see these barbs sort of fling out and sort of like, as she's telling you look up, they sort of catch Buttercup in the back of the shoulder. As this bat kind of comes back into view and begins attacking. All right, everyone re-roll initiative if you haven't done so already.
Nice. 32.
Did no one trigger my action?
Braxis, the bat would have triggered your action, I believe. Your range is what, 10 feet? Yeah, that's enough. Yeah.
I mean, one of the serpents is technically close.
We'll say that. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. The serpents are not actually closer because they're higher up on the ceiling.
I know, but like
A DC 14. All right. All right. All right. Let's see what's up. Ooh, it rolled a 15.
Wow.
What happens on a successful save for poison spray? Is there anything, or is it half?
Is it half?
no, it doesn't take any damage. It's a cantrip, so
Oof. I'm gonna throw it out there. That's a thing. If you want to soup up your poison spray cantrip, that's a thing you can work on in your spare time. Okay. Wow. Okay, so it's gonna take no damage as the spit glob from Braxis sort of hits the wall. Go ahead and everyone roll initiative if you haven't done so already.
I have. Oh, nice.
Okay.
I have to.
We've all got great rolls.
So from the top. Oh, actually, I forgot about this other guy over here.
Oh,
So
shit.
he is actually going to come back around too, because he's basically last in last turn. He's going to swing around this way and fire off 2 shots at Bruce.
Let's go.
Let's go. Oof. Does an 18 hit you, Bruce?
My AC is 18.
Okay, so that does not, but you are going to take 6 damage as this barb flies
React.
right up to your eye.
Can I catch it?
If you like.
That's
All
good.
right, you catch it.
Can I throw it back?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll it. Wow. Okay. So Bruce, once again, you're like sitting in the dark, like you've got your flex going, right? And you're just holding this flex, your muscles tight. You feel like every like fiber in your body, and you're just waiting patiently. And then you hear it. It's very subtle, but it's the movement of air. The slight whistle as a projectile slowly moves through the darkness in a split second as it flies towards you. And right as this projectile nears your face, flying ever closer to your eye, your hand snaps and catches it right before it hits your face. And not even seeing the thing that threw it at you, you throw it back into the darkness, and you hear the sound of it pierce meat and then pierce stone
Nice.
as this bat becomes pinned to the wall and dies.
Awesome.
You gotta learn to stop doing that, guy. It's really not working out for you very well.
All right. Okay, Buttercup, you're up first.
All right, so she's still able to clearly see the bat and the 2 sea serpents, correct? With her dark.
Yes, you can see everything presently.
Can they see me?
Roll me an insight check. Okay. With an 18, you don't know if they can see you per se, but you okay. You can see with an 18 that they are focused on this area and this area.
Okay, so what she's going to do, the 2 sea serpents, she knows that between the 3 of them, they can go ahead and, rip them to shreds. But she's going to go ahead and target the other bat over here and use her longbow. Does that also incorporate her sneak attack since it is the first round of combat?
It is not the first round in combat presently. But your sneak attack generally works if you are either stealth and have advantage for like just whatever reason, or there's an enemy of that enemy within 5 feet. So from this, you would not benefit from your sneak attack. However, you can see all of the enemies.
Okay, I was just trying to figure that out because the most that I have done is like walk. I haven't like.
Yeah. You can certainly attack these enemies. I'm going to say the sea serpents are about 15 feet up into the ceiling. And they're sort of moving among, like, the ceiling isn't like a flat surface. There's like stones and stalactites.
Okay. So she's just going to go ahead and fire her longbow at the bat because it would be more of an annoyance than anything else. So do I fire it twice or just once? With the Gloomstalker thing.
Just once. Just once.
Okay.
Yeah, your Gloomstalker. Ooh, wait. Is this the first turn of combat? Actually,
This is the first. This is
this
the
is
first
the
turn
first
of
turn
combat.
of combat. Yes, I am sorry. This because with Bruce having a alert, it sort of threw me off. But that was the surprise round. So yes, actually, you're correct.
Holla! Here we go.
Drop the wreck.
All right, so I do that, and then I do the sneak attack, right?
You don't do the extra D8 because your second attack didn't hit.
Okay.
Unfortunately. I don't know about the sneak attack damage. I don't think you have it.
Yeah, she doesn't have advantage, but that is
Okay.
enough damage to put down this bone spitter bat, who is going to crumple to the floor as it sort of jerks against the wall after the bolt hits it. Uh-oh.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, and that just leaves 2 sea serpents here.
And it's at that point that she says louder for so Bruce can hear, since both of the bats are now down. She's like, "Watch the sea."
Bruce looks at the ceiling.
Okay, roll me a perception check at advantage.
15.
Okay, that's enough. You're going to see him up there. There are 2 sea serpents who have just sort of moved into position. Roll me, let's see, since Braxis and Bruce are both looking, roll me insight checks, you guys.
All of us?
You actually already rolled for this, Buttercup.
Okay.
I'm just
never
giving
mind.
them a chance. Bruce, you notice it. Yeah, 15. So you notice it. Braxis, you want to roll me an insight?
He's working on it right
Yeah, I
now.
have to do it manually because I don't have the button for it in practice.
If you hold shift and double click your token, it will open up your journal entry so you don't have to go looking for it.
Nice. Nice.
Roll 20 tips with Nerd Jam.
We should do a series. I'm just saying. Just because somebody else did it doesn't mean we can't do it.
Yeah. We can share our charm and wit. Wow.
Oof.
Yeah. So that's going to be a no-go for you, Braxis. However, Bruce, you notice looking at the sea serpent here that its eyes are kind of like a white, and while it is facing your direction, it is not necessarily looking at you.
Okay.
In fact, as it's facing your direction, its head is sort of cocked to the side. Okay. Let's see, that was it for Buttercup. Next up is one of these sea serpents who is going to roll perception advantage. Oh, wow. Okay. Bruce, given that you just said something out loud and you're sort of looking at this thing, you know, as you killed that bone splitter bat, this thing with its head sort of cocked to the side is going to suddenly leap out at you and attempt to attack you. But you see
wait,
it coming.
real quick.
Go ahead.
It was me that. Are you talking about the other bone spitter bat that he killed?
Yeah, he
Because I
talked.
killed that one, and then I
After he killed this bat, he said something to you guys, and you killed this bat and said something to them as well.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm following.
Yeah. But responding, this sea serpent here, responding to Bruce's statement after killing that bat to you guys, is going to be that it turns and bites at Bruce, but you have warned Bruce and he sees it coming. Bruce, as these needle-like teeth sort of snap out at you, you sort of like deftly step to the side.
And is that sea serpent on the ground now or on the ceiling?
It is on the... no, yeah. It is going to drop off of the ceiling onto the ground here.
Cool.
And with that, having missed you, it is going to attempt to leave in this direction.
Thus provoking
Attack
an
of
opportunity
opportunity.
to attack.
That's right. Go ahead and roll it up.
15 to hit.
15 to hit. Yes, that will hit. 7 damage. Wow, okay.
It's really just backfiring.
So it misses, and you strike it to sort of punish it as it kind of runs off here.
Just bink it in the head. Get back.
And as it
Get
sort of
off me.
goes around this corner, you're going to lose track of it. All right. Braxis, you're up next. This other sea serpent has not yet
How
launched.
high up is that sea serpent?
It is about 15 feet off the ground.
Dope. I'm gonna cast jump and then jump and punch it in the face.
Nice.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Using my inspiration dice.
Ooh, okay. Wow. All right. Let's see. 10 damage is actually a pretty significant amount. Let me roll a strength save real quick. Ooh, it rolled an 8. Okay, so, Braxis, seeing like this thing sort of drop off the ceiling and like snap at Bruce, you sort of look at this other serpent and leap into action, literally like jumping up like the Hulk and smashing this serpent with a hefty punch that sort of crushes it against the ceiling, and it is going to actually drop off and fall prone here. Oh, d6 here. Wow, taking an additional 5 damage as it lands painfully on its back.
Nice.
Good it's going.
15 damage.
And I'm also
Good
going
job.
to make sure my temporary hit points are topped off fully.
Okay, it is going to sort of rapidly. Actually, that's not fair. Let me see. Or no, it has to be 20. Okay, yeah, never mind. So it's okay. It is going to scramble to its feet. Anything else you want to do?
No, that was my pretty much my movement, but my regular action and my bonus. Then it's Bruce's turn.
Okay, Bruce, you're up next. Braxis just leapt up and punched this thing off the ceiling.
Nice. So just real quick, my attack would be 5 because that's my Dex mod plus 2, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, correct.
I
Dex
cr-
mod plus-
I could be wrong. I think the formula still has 6.
What's Bruce's dex?
5. Oh, it's 20.
5?
Yeah.
So your attack should be a +7.
Yeah. The damage seems to be right. It's got the +5 on there, but
Oh, the attack roll is off though?
yeah, it by 1, so we'll just boost it by 1. No big deal.
problem. Fix that for you.
Just FYI. So there's one on the ceiling about 15 feet up, correct?
No, that one ran away. It jumped off at you and ran away. This one in front of me, I punched it off the ceiling. It fell.
Your
Oh,
martial
nice.
arts is a +7 to hit now.
Cool, thank you. So I would assume Bruce has like some food, right? Like some sort of ration. He might not, honestly. He doesn't quite have the. He's not monk enough. He doesn't have the monk level where he doesn't have to eat or drink.
So let me ask you this.
There's a rations that were
Sure.
back in that bag. I don't know if you looted that.
Does Bruce have... Where do you carry your gear, Bruce? You don't wear a shirt, you don't have a cloak.
He just has a little belt with some stuff.
Like,
Like,
so you
it's
have
got-
like a utility belt?
Yeah, like bag with like belt bag, like Batman, you know. Not
Would
to
Bruce
name drop.
Santana have rations?
I feel like he would at least have like a power bar.
Jerky?
Okay, we'll go ahead and say you have 3 days of emergency rations. So
Okay.
that's just 3 rations.
So Bruce takes out a Cliff Bar.
They're old. You don't need them that much.
Okay.
Okay.
Bruce takes out an old Cliff Bar, and he moves over to the Serpent, and he kind of waves it around, and he puts out a hand. He like had to set down the torch, so he sets the torch down on the ground slowly, and then he's got the Cliff Bar, and he kind of waves his hand and says, "Hey, I'm Bruce Santana. Why don't we just be friends?"
Oh my god. Bruce, roll me animal handling.
You
please.
got it.
As you attempt to charm the sea serpent.
15? It's probably a high DC.
15. That's a fairly high DC. Do you have any interest in using your inspiration?
I
here?
do, yeah. Let's do that, definitely. Ooh!
Wow.
Wow.
God.
Can I ride a sea serpent? Can I ride a sea serpent?
Okay, this is a wild animal, and it's like, it's a fucking sea serpent. But I will say this. Okay, I will say this. Bruce Fantana, as you lock eyes with its pale, blind serpent eyes, and you sort of like toss this Cliff Bar into the air, it like snaps down on the Cliff Bar and chews it, and then you see a sort of confused expression as you just like emanate your will towards the sea serpent, and it's going to cock its head, and for a moment does not seem hostile to you. You do not know how long this will last. At the present, it is not hostile.
Okay, so that's probably. I mean, I could probably still attack it, but I feel like Bruce wouldn't attack this creature at this point. I feel like he would just try to calm it, and then he just like he gives the sea serpent a thumbs up.
A thumbs up.
And then he just hangs out for a second.
Okay, well, all right. So it is now the sea serpent's turn. All right. This sea serpent, having just eaten this sort of snack, is confused, and you see its tongue sort of like flicker in and out quickly after it sort of finishes off this snack, and its head sort of like prowls about in front of it. It does look like it enjoyed the thing it just ate. It is a little bit confused about what's going on. Go ahead and roll me animal handling contested against its insight, as it is going to sort of sniff at you in confusion.
That one wasn't as good. Do I get more inspiration? How inspired?
You can get more inspiration with good RP.
Fair enough.
Wow. Okay. All right. So with a 14, it's going to sort of like sniff at you, and then, still hungry, and now its appetite sort of whetted, is going to become hostile again, once again to all of you guys. And using its action to disengage, it is going to peace on out of here. Stealth away.
Clearly it's heard of me before, guys. He knows I am, without a doubt, Bruce Fantano.
Alright, everyone reroll initiative if you haven't done so. And we'll start at the next round. Okay. Buttercup, you're up first. The 2 sea serpents are currently missing.
Alright, so what I would like to do with Buttercup is this little area right here. I would like to use her like stealth feature to see if she can just come over here to see what's going on.
Okay, you're trying to sneak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. 17's pretty good. Okay, so you're being very quiet. Go ahead and position yourself wherever you like, as long as it's within your movement. Are you preparing, or you're in stealth? Okay, so that's your action. All right, anything else this turn then, Buttercup?
I don't know if I can roll a perception check. How do I check distance-wise where I can?
Okay, so if you look in the upper left-hand corner of the map screen, you will see a circle with a ruler coming out of it in your toolbar, and that will allow you to use this tool. And you can right-click to set points so that you can sort of.
All right, cool. I just wanted to double check.
How do you initiate that again?
When you in the upper right or upper left-hand corner of the map screen, up in this corner over here this way, there's a circle with a ruler, and you can click on it, and that is your measuring tool.
Okay.
And
Okay, that was perfectly fine for me to be able to. I have a movement of, and that was just under 20.
okay, no problem. Go ahead and roll me perception checks while you're over here.
All of us?
Notice
okay,
nothing.
Buttercup. No problem. All right, anything else you want to do your turn?
No, that's gonna be it. She, was sneaky, and now she's going to be patient and wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Bruce will go follow her.
What was your stealth score? 17? Okay. All right. No problem. All right, the 2 serpents are actually up next, and they are going to reappear in each attempt. In each attempt to bite Braxis and Bruce, respectively.
Is the one that's attacking me the one from earlier? Does Bruce know? Like the one that I fed?
Is the one he fed attacking him?
Yes, the one that you fed
Okay,
is
he gets that
attacking-
disadvantage. Because I punched it off the ceiling.
Oh, that's true. Okay. What would the disadvantage have been?
Disadvantage from my
Or
thunder
it would've
punch?
been- oh, actually, it would have been a straight roll because it had advantage from being hidden. So a straight roll actually would have been the first one, which would have been a 15. Does a 15? A 15 doesn't hit you, right, Bruce? But this sea serpent is now on the ground. It did not successfully bite Bruce. However, this sea serpent over here, Braxis, as it comes at you, is going to crit on you, dealing a full 10 damage to you, or 13 damage to you, as it pounces in from behind. So Braxis, you are going to take a whopping hit. And at this sea serpent up here is going to attempt to flee, prompting attacks of opportunity from Braxis, Bruce, and Buttercup. Unless Braxis, you would rather hit this sea serpent to the south, which is going to flee in the exact same
Yes,
manner.
that's exactly what I'm going to do, is hit punch that one.
Punch the one that crit you. Okay.
I don't blame you.
Go ahead and roll up your attacks if you guys are doing this. 8 damage, okay. Ouch.
It's an eye for an eye.
Okay. So you're going to wallop this one as it flees again.
Out of curiosity, it shouldn't be. Should it be able to pass through Buttercup's square if it's not stealthed? Like, I mean,
It is stealth.
shouldn't.
And it's not passing through the floor, it's crawling across the ceiling. Which is why it passed overhead, and she did not succeed on her perception check to notice it.
Well, no, what I'm talking about is now that it's running away, it shouldn't be able to pass by Buttercup if it's on the floor.
That was a
Oh, that's a good point. No, he's right about that, because it is on the floor. I'm sorry, I forgot
It's
about
stuck,
that.
but
And
you'll
you're
both get
blocking it.
attacked.
Yeah, so it is going to attempt to move past you, Buttercup. But it may not be able to do so.
okay. So it's
And
coming at me fast.
Bruce, did Bruce already... Bruce, go ahead and roll your attack if you're making an attack against the sea serpent here.
Does an 11 hit?
An 11 does not hit.
Yeah.
Buttercup, this thing is going to attempt to push past you. It is not particularly strong. Ooh. But it has a fairly high DC here. You're going to have to beat a 21.
What do I
What is she
roll?
rolling?
For it pushing past you is athletics. I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Just lock it down. I fucking know Buttercup's gonna just be like, oh yeah, no problem. We just clothesline it as it passes by. Alright.
But you still get to make your attack of opportunity if it passes by.
Yep, that is correct.
Oh,
So
oh, cool.
go ahead and make your attack as it passes by.
Which I believe you get backstab damage on, right?
Wow.
For
no.
attacks of opportunity?
Does she get advantage for that? No. No, I don't think backstabs exist in 5e. Only flanking.
Well,
which
it's
is
like sneak attack,
flavor
which is-
backstabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 damage is still a whopping amount of damage. But no, under these circumstances, she would not typically get this in 5e as like an extra backstab attack or anything like that. That being said, Buttercup, this sea serpent is going to screech as your dagger slices into like the back of it, and it sort of writhes, which sort of drags your dagger down the length of its muscle. And you see like these sort of like bluish green drops of blood as it sort of like sloppily climbs up the wall here. And it is going to attempt to hide up the ceiling at disadvantage because it is bleeding. Can you roll me a perception check, Buttercup? Oh, wow. Okay. You do see a trail of blood, but you lose track of it behind a rock formation up on the ceiling.
Has the sea serpent does that and pulls her blade pretty much down its back on it by itself. She just gets this really sadistic grin on her face and kind of cackles as she watches it just.
Yeah, this sea serpent is looking quite wounded, and that like kind of hissing shriek indicates pretty clearly that it's not feeling good. Bruce, you're actually up next.
Is there a serpent nearby?
The last time you saw a serpent, it had fleed this way towards Buttercup, and then it hissed and made a bunch of noise, but it moved around the corner from your line of sight.
Okay. So I probably got like a solid 15 feet after I get past Buttercup. So Bruce is gonna like kind of move here. Does he see anything? Like past Buttercup?
Roll me a perception check, Bruce.
19.
Wow. Okay, so with a 19, Bruce, right off the bat, you see this like trail of like sloppy blue-green blood that sort of like slides up the side of the wall. And looking up at the wall, you see this like large blind sea serpent sort of clinging to the ceiling and like kind of like curled up defensively.
We could have been friends. I wanted to ride you. So it's still on the ceiling, correct? And that's probably 15 feet up?
Yes.
I feel like mathematically Bruce would not be able to jump that high normally, correct?
As an acrobatics expert, you could easily step off this wall towards the ceiling.
Oh, I want to do that and kick it, and then, like, I want to. Okay, so I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna parkour off the wall, jump up to the ceiling, one flip. We're not gonna overkill. It's a flip.
Okay.
One leg kicks the sea serpent, and then with the other leg, he is going to kind of like flip around and kick it again. So I just want to kick it twice.
So a double kick? Okay.
Double kick.
All right. Go ahead and roll it up.
It's not bad.
Wow. Okay. So Bruce is going to jump kick off the wall, do a couple flips, and come up in a double bicycle kick. The first one is actually going to miss, but that follow-up kick, like swung hard by his like rotating momentum, is going to smash into the side of the lizard here, causing it to shriek in pain, and it is now looking severely wounded.
I offer it another Cliff Bar.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an animal handling check.
I just want to be your goddamn friend.
You know that
This thing is looking seriously damaged, like nearly mortally wounded.
Yeah, I offer
Wow,
it sustenance.
24.
Like, we can be friends, goddammit.
Oh my god. Alright, let's see.
I love the.
A 12. Okay.
you know attacking gets that really hard.
God, how does a wild animal react in this way? Bruce. Okay, so you're offering it a Cliff Bar.
Yeah, I've just like before. I have a hand outstretched, and I'm offering it fucking friendship. And I've got my second to last emergency ration, and I'm offering it to this pain in the ass sea serpent to try to win him over.
I'm trying to think of like what makes sense here. Okay.
I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're not gonna hurt my feelings.
No, I know. It's just not like.
The roll's good, but honestly, it doesn't make sense after he just kicked the shit out of it.
This thing is like on the verge of death, and like at a point where it's like wanting to flee for its life. Okay, I'm going to say this. It looks like it wants to flee, and it's going to, after you kick the shit out of its like ribs, and essentially like break its ribs with your iron heel. But just before it does, you offer it this snack, and that whiff sort of like distracts it, and it's here for another moment longer. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Okay.
just because you've sort of confused its senses with this delicious and foreign scent.
He doesn't. He is crazy when it comes to rations. He loves them.
He loves that smell.
It's
man.
like a Scooby snack.
Is
But that being said, Braxis is up next.
So I'm gonna scoop up the torch and make my way around the corner. And since this thing is up on the wall and we can see it, and it's only been 18 seconds since I cast jump, I'm going to jump and punch it again.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Do it.
No.
Oh my god. Do it at
Oh.
advantage because Bruce distracted it. Oh yes. Okay.
You're off the
Okay,
hook.
So Bruce, you're like, wait, maybe we can be friends. And you're like holding out this ration, and for a moment, this wounded sea serpent trustingly turns its head toward you, distracted by that delicious sweet scent, only to be rewarded by a massive, heavy, furry beast which flies towards the ceiling with a jump height that's like way past what the ceiling is, and basically just crushes its lower jaw into the ceiling, like essentially flattening its head into a paste, and the corpse is going to fall dead onto the ground here.
No.
Sorry, Bruce.
How could you?
Your
How-
buddy killed him.
How could you?
How could you do this? Okay.
Braxis just kind of looks over his shoulder at Bruce and just like snarls a little bit. Rip and tear.
Is Bruce able to talk right now, or should it be his turn?
Yeah, no, you're able to respond. There is one last sea
To a point.
serpent which scampered off, and you guys do not currently see it.
Look at the eyes, V.
Braxis gingerly flips the thing over, but can't see the eyes and the paste of the head.
The eyes are somewhere on the ceiling still.
Okay. Braxis is still looking around, actively looking around, trying to find this other serpent that ran off, seeing if it's going to ambush us.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. Or, I'm sorry, a perception check. 17, okay. Braxis, you do spot this sea serpent over here. It is currently on the ceiling, but it does not seem to be approaching.
I will use my bonus action to go ahead and top off my temporary hit point. And I point out the sea serpent on the ceiling to my party member.
Okay. So you tell the others where it is?
Yeah.
Go ahead and... Buttercup...
Or but
shit, yeah, I mean, even at advantage. Okay. Bruce, can you go ahead and roll perception at advantage for me?
Only if it's an advantage.
It is at advantage.
Thank God.
Okay.
At
Bruce,
least
you're
a couple of
still
us.
having some trouble seeing it, but Braxis, you're able to see it where it is, sort of hidden among the stalactites. Gotta think about it.
Hey, I do want to point out, just want to throw this out there in case any of these monsters are using dark vision, that they can't see.
Okay, fair enough.
At least while she's in darkness. Just wanted to point that
I
out.
will remind you guys that both Buttercup and Braxis have noticed, I think everyone at this point may have noticed that the sea serpent have solid white eyes.
Yes.
Okay.
They're blind, but they can.
All right. Everybody. Okay, Braxis, you can see where it is. We're gonna go back to the top of the round. Go ahead and reroll initiative if you haven't done so already.
Nice.
and from the top, Buttercup, you are up first. Braxis has pointed you in a direction, but you did not see it. It's
She's gonna
currently-
trust. She's gonna trust what he's pointing, because so far he's been pretty accurate with everything, and everybody's been open with one another. So she's just gonna straight up fire her long.
Okay. You want to take a shot at disadvantage to sort of fire blindly into the spot
Ye-
he's indicating?
Yes.
Go for it.
Oh, you have to roll twice, but you rolled a 9, so it's probably
Yeah,
not gonna hit.
that's enough. So as you fire, your arrow sort of like clatters against the rock. And Braxis, you see this serpent kind of like recoil alarmed.
Dun dun dun.
All right. Anything else you want to do this turn, Buttercup?
Yes. I'm going to kind of move towards this direction right here very slowly, to see what is around there, and let me see perception real quick, so I don't die because you're trying to. I
Nice.
did good that time.
You can see France.
Okay, Buttercup. So you're moving over there and then making a spot check just to see if you can see anything. Is that what's going on here?
What was that? Sorry, Eddie was talking to me at the same time.
No, you're fine. So you fired a shot. You're moving over here and then you're making a spot check. Is that what that is?
Yes.
A spot check is typically an action.
No, she's not like trying to check over here by the sea serpent.
If
She's
you're
trying to.
surfing.
Yeah, I'm just looking like around the corner to make sure she's not gonna like. She's trying to make sure there's nothing coming up.
Okay, you don't need a spot check for that because you can see pretty clearly in this dark. In fact, you can see basically until there's a line of sight for you.
Okay.
You do very clearly see that there is another like leathery blue pile of eggs here. And that is likely what these sea serpents are doing over here. However, you do not see any enemies approaching you.
Awesome. That's all she was doing.
Okay. This sea serpent is going to sort of climb its way across, and Braxis, you are able to see pretty clearly as this serpent sort of like slithers its way like S-shaped across the ceiling and sort of positions itself out of sight behind these rocks here. And it is going to just sort of like quietly wait. You're up next, Braxis. Mr. Braxis.
Yes. I'm going to the thing stealthed out of sight from me, or moved
That's
out of the way on the.
That's right.
So I'm going to move over here with the torch and take a look around.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. As this thing is going, actually, you do not need a. You don't even need a perception check. This is actually going to trigger its prepared action as it takes a snap at you. But a
Nope.
16 does not sink into your thick, hairy fur as this sea serpent sort of like flies off from beside this rock in an attempt to protect its nest and sort of clamps into your arm harmlessly. Seeing its actually, nope, it is your turn, so there's nothing you can do right now. So this sea serpent is currently clamped to your arm. It does not harm you. What would you like to do?
Him 1 second. He's coming right back.
No problem.
It keeps giving him issues about connecting and reconnecting.
I hit the wrong button to push to talk, so I disconnected again. My bad.
No problem. No problem.
So can I punch the thing?
Yeah, if you want to punch it.
It's a great question.
Wow. Okay. So you manage to wallop this thing, punching it in the head here.
And I'm also going to take my torch and throw it, toss it onto the eggs.
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to aggro this thing so it doesn't run away again.
You throw your torch against the eggs, and it does begin sort of like burning away at the eggs here. Okay. Okay. Go for it. Bruce, you are up next, sir, unless you want to move around Braxis.
So, Bruce is actually going to go over here to the corpse of the sea serpent.
Okay.
And Bruce is going to have this strange moment of sympathy and stroke the head of the sea serpent. And all he's going to say
That's
is...
on the ceiling.
Oh, it's on the...
Yeah.
The corpse
The
is
head
on the
is on the ceiling.
So
No,
this-
the corpse is on the
this
ground. Its head is
Okay.
encased on the ceiling.
That's an important detail. So he goes to the torso of this decapitated sea serpent, and he says, "I'm sorry." And Bruce has this strangely vulnerable moment, and he kind of like, you see this strange look come over his face of like realization, understanding, and his body tenses up. And for like, he's gonna use his action getting mad, and that is Bruce's turn.
What? I'm sorry. So you said as you're focusing on this, you're essentially just like, well, what's going through Bruce Fantana's head exactly? Can you detail this just a little bit more for us?
So having seen the white eyes of the sea serpent, and having seen the white eyes on the little girl that's hanging out in their cave, Bruce has to assume that there's witchcraft going on here, and perhaps this was once a human being. He's not sure if this is the course he's going on. He thinks that the girl in the cave might turn into a sea serpent, and Bruce Fantana gets mad.
Okay. Okay. All right, Bruce. Go ahead and take back your inspiration
Thank you.
as you take a turn reflecting on
Getting mad.
And that is going to actually bring us back to the end. Everyone reroll initiative. Okay, let's see. Bruce, it actually looks like you're up first, man. What would you like to do?
So Bruce has definitely tried to reason with these sea serpents. He's under the absolute impression that these serpents might have been human at some point. But at this point, if he wants to save the world, he has to kill this sea serpent that is attacking his friends. Let me make sure I have the movement real quick.
It's not what it once was.
Yeah, so I should be able to just run over there and punch it. So
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah,
In fact, you'll do so at advantage because you'll be flanking it from behind.
yeah. So Bruce is definitely going to. One of them's a crit.
Wow, that's a crit. Okay. Dealing a whopping 11 damage. This creature is now looking seriously wounded. Very seriously wounded. What does that crit look like, Bruce? As you like... So this serpent has just like clamped onto Braxis's arm, and he just pummeled it in response as you dash up behind it.
So Bruce runs up behind the sea serpent, and honestly, the first punch doesn't have anything behind it. He feels wrong because he is under the impression that this was a human being, and he just kind of half-asses that first punch. But then he sees the struggle, and these are his new friends. Bruce doesn't have friends. He has fangirls and people that like his post on Twitter. He's just like popular, but he doesn't have like deep rooted connections. And for the first time, he sees his friends in danger, and he regains his resolve, and he says, "I have to do this," and he punches it, like taking all the anger that he feels for whatever has done this to possibly these human beings. He drives that anger furiously and just like punches through the side of it. I guess punches his butt cheek. I don't know.
Wow. So Bruce Fantana would consider would kill what he considers victims for the two of you. That's actually very. I like that. Very well done, man.
It's touching.
Not those eggs. And he sees the eggs. He's like, oh, what are you doing? You madman. He doesn't do any of that. He just punches the thing in the butt.
Punch it in the butt.
Just punches it in the butt.
Punches it in the butt. Okay, Buttercup, you're up next as Bruce comes in to deliver the near-killing blow.
Since it was a crit, does he like punch through the side and like his arm like digs deep into it and then he just like kind of pulls it out and it's covered in like green blood?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, dude. It recoils and hisses in pain. Buttercup, because of Bruce's positioning, you have advantage because you are now flanking it.
All right, so she is going. She is currently weighing pros and cons because she wants at least 2 of those eggs, and Braxis threw a damn torch on it.
The eggs are not completely destroyed because the torch is burning, but the torch isn't necessarily making contact with all the eggs. However, I would say that 4 of them are currently destroyed.
All right, cool.
Out of,
So
I
what
believe
she's
I
get-
said 6.
Okay, so she is going to fire her longbow. And you said she's at advantage at the serpent that they're currently wallowing.
Yeah, if you were to take a step back, you'd be able to do that easily enough. There you go. Just like pop back here and take a shot. Oof. As you do so, though, it's writhing around too quickly in its desperation, and your arrow just sort of like flickers past it and bounces off the floor.
Boo. Okay.
Which brings us to Braxis.
Get him.
It is desperate and will likely attempt to flee. How does that make you feel, Braxis?
So, he's not gonna let it escape again. He is gonna crush a potion against his chest real fast to heal up,
Okay.
using that as my bonus action, I think.
So we bonus those? That's a home rule that I know the dungeon dudes are all about, but I don't know if we do that here.
Is that for you? Item use. I thought item use was either a movement speed or a bonus.
Item use? If you're drinking a potion in your possession, I will let you do it as an environmental. If you're
Nice.
giving it to somebody, that is a bonus action, and if you're applying it to somebody, that is an action.
Nice. Okay. That's
Okay.
super
Yeah.
cool.
So I'm using it on myself. So
But you can only have like,
one-
4 prepared potions at a time.
yeah, 1d8 plus 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think is my first level one.
Wait, what are you using right now?
One of my potions, basically like,
Okay, yeah.
like.
Whatever it would be, yeah, go ahead and just apply that. Wow, yeah, so 11, no problem.
And then I punch the ting.
And then I punch it. Okay, go ahead and roll it up.
Oh.
Yeah, that is not going to hit. In fact, you are going to sort of like smash your hand into the stone beside it, and it's going to, you kind of shake your hand, and it's actually going to distract you, giving you disadvantage on your next perception check. Okay. And with its life, this sea serpent is going to disengage and get the fuck out of here before you guys slaughter the ever-living shit out of it. It's going to run up the ceiling, vanish in this direction, out of sight.
Go away. Get far.
At that point in time, as soon as that happens, Buttercup goes over there and grabs the torch, the base of the torch, and passes it to Braxis and tries to get the undamaged eggs. She wants them.
Okay.
Bruce is gonna say, hey guys, before we like go kill more snakes and stuff, can we talk? So, those serpents, they have white eyes just like that girl that's in our cave. What do you guys think about that?
Controlled.
Good point, bro.
So, I think those might have been human at some point.
They are not themselves. Another has them.
That's pretty fucked up. So then,
Buttercup is just kind of like listening at this, and she sees the 4 destroyed ones and sadly like moves them off to the side, but the other 2, she's being very careful with them because they're going home with her.
Braxis kind of points to the nest and says, Serpent not protect young, not itself.
yeah, so, I think they were human, and whatever might be wrong with me, I think that might be my fate. It would be a glorious sea serpent if I turned into one, but it would do a lot of backflips and bang a lot of girls. But I'm a little worried, guys.
So Braxis is getting a little frustrated, so he like he can't convey his point properly, so he kind of shudders and shrinks back into Victor.
Okay.
And he kind of looks at Bruce for a moment. He's fully aware of what happens. Like, it's like, I don't want to say like I guess kind of similar to Split. Like, one person has the light at a time, and but he looks at Bruce and thinks for a moment and says, Mr. Fantana, these creatures are being controlled by somebody. They are not human. They were never human.
Are you just a people doctor, or are you serpent doctor?
Well, these creatures obviously aren't protecting their eggs. That is it. Should I make a nature check I guess a insight check to determine if things would protect their young?
That's gonna be nature or survival. I'll let you pick. Since it kind of pertains to animals, it's in that weird gray area.
Pick the highest
Take
one.
that nature check.
With a 19, these serpents, in retrospect, Victor, were very likely protecting these eggs.
The fact that the serpent ran away from the eggs instead of staying to protect it to its last is very indicative that they are not under their...
Could be. You might note that it's unusual, but given this check, that is the conclusion that you come to. In its desperation, it must have fled, but in all likelihood, it was protecting these eggs up until this moment. Or that moment, rather.
Hey guys, I know we're doing a lot of stuff. We're killing shit, and I love it. There's danger everywhere. Would it be okay if maybe I went over to the serpent and said a few words?
Buttercup kind of quirks a brow at that as she delicately, holds on to the 2 eggs that are hers, definitely hers, that nobody else can have them. They are hers. And she's like, sure, and then looks over at Victor with a confused look on her face like, what the fuck?
Do what you feel is necessary, Mr. Fantana. I will be allowing Braxis to assume control once more, but I believe you do not need to feel a measure of sympathy for these beasts.
So, I didn't know you very well, but sorry about your head. That was that other guy, it wasn't me. I tried to give you Cliff Bars. You really like Cliff Bars, and I just want you to know that you're in a better place now. Because I don't know how it works, but I think if you die and you were human once, you go to heaven as a human, but I'm not really sure. You might be in heaven as like a serpent right now, and I'm not sure how that works, but either way, rest well. And you see Bruce like fighting this emotion. Like he's not a crier, but you can tell like maybe he's holding something back and has this like kind of grim look on his face. Bruce Fantana's not just mad, he's concerned, and it's something that he hasn't felt in a long time.
Okay.
No, he does have feel.
Victor and Buttercup, the two of you take note of a certain sense of sentimentality that you hadn't previously prescribed to Bruce.
Bruce
And
has
Buttercup
feels.
stays away from that.
Yeah, don't ask me about tears. I don't want to talk about it. Every time. Okay, so I think that might be a good place for us to take a quick break. What do you guys think?
Yeah, y'all want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
All right, break commencing.
Yeah, let's take a 5-er.
We'll be right back while I go smoke a cigarette. Bye. Okay, we're clear.
Man, great. Awesome stuff.
Same here. Like, I think the
I will put this out there just because I know
How
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? We're going to do a little more Nordstead Point. Thanks for tuning in. We really appreciate it. If you want to check out some really cool content, go to nerdjamtv.com. We have all kinds of cool stuff. We have top 10 in the world, Philip Finkel, who's really good at magic. He's got a lot of cool stuff in the magic section. We have the Pat and Pat podcast, Magical Pat's podcast, and they talk about Commander. It's really cool. Also, Hunter and Eddie, who you're currently listening to playing D&D, they have this really cool podcast called the At Proficiency Podcast, and if you want to learn more about how to enhance your tabletop play, they deep dive into skills and toolkits, and it just makes you think outside of the box. It's really cool, so we encourage you to check that out. Anyways, Bruce Fantana just had a cool moment. We had a little funeral.
Hell yeah, Bruce. Bruce just actually did some pretty crazy shit. What with you choosing to kill what you suspected was a human victim to protect your friends here, and then mourn the loss of this life you took.
Seems very un-Bruce.
Victor and Buttercup, what do y'all think about what you just saw? Because y'all thought it was odd that Bruce was walking over here in the first place.
Yeah, I'm just kind of letting him do his thing, but gonna go ahead and shift back into Braxis for the remainder of what we're doing.
Victor / Braxis quietly watches. Buttercup?
Buttercup is actually not really comfortable with this like openly emotional displays like that. So it makes her feel a little awkward. So she makes sure that her eggs, the ones that she took from the nest, are secure in her pack, and that they're have enough padding around them so nothing is going to harm them anyway. And she is just going to flat ignore it because she doesn't know necessarily how to handle that. Emotions are just complicating things.
Interesting. So you pocket the eggs, taking care to be careful of these eggs, yet you are made uncomfortable by Bruce's sentimentality.
Well, yeah, she's looking at the eggs as a very practical thing because she wants to have, see if she can raise them for their little distant cave that they have, so that way they have like guard sea serpent.
Interesting. If you're trying to accelerate the maturation process.
No, I think she wants to raise them as normal and just have them
Yes, but
as
they're
pets.
currently eggs. So if you're trying to speed up the process and make them hatch sooner than they naturally would, that would be a thing you could talk to Victor about.
Oh yeah,
Very
that's probably going to be something later on, but right now they're still in a cave with who knows how many more other enemies and stuff.
Indeed. So speaking of which, now that this ceremony is over, what would you all like to do? It's quiet.
Bruce is gonna look for blood.
Yeah, and I'm like I said, I do want to shift into Braxis, so I'm a little more beat.
Okay.
So Bruce,
You're looking for blood?
Bruce also feels uncomfortable with his own sentimentality. Emotions are not something that he is fond of feeling, and he does feel this weird miasma of anger and doubt and frustration. And you hear and he just like looks wistfully in the distance as he thinks of his past. And in part, he wants to try to maybe prevent this from happening to other people. Perhaps he wants to prevent this from happening to himself, but more than anything, because he is so uncomfortable with his own emotions, he wants to punch it out of something because that's what he knows. So he's looking for blood right now. I feel bad for the next thing to find Bruce Fantana.
Okay. So Bruce Fantana is in a sort of like unbalanced emotional state right now, feeling very conflicted about the things he's just done. Interesting. Okay. Very well. You all sort of look at each other as you sort of prepare yourself for the next thing. And looking about the cave, there seems to be a path west, a path south, in which the sea serpent fled, and a path east the way you came. What would you all like to do?
Bruce wants to go south.
I want to change into practice before we do anything else.
Oh yeah, sorry, Bruce or Victor. You had already mentioned that.
No worries. Yeah,
So,
you're good, buddy.
pop you over there. Boop. There you go, man.
So Bruce remembers that
Oh,
he. So Bruce remembers he was aware of the fact that there was some sort of danger to the south, and he will immediately search southwest. Oh, southwest of the original camp location. So he's going south. He wants to find something to punch.
Okay. You're heading south.
Yes.
All right there, you guys. Bruce, I need you to roll me initiative. As two bone spitter bats come flying out of the
Dun, dun,
darkness towards you. Wow, Bruce, fucking A. Okay. Let's see. All right, you guys. Okay, Bruce, you're up first. Once again, the whole world sort of slows down, especially Bruce being in the state that you are. You sense movement, you sense danger. And you're up first.
So Bruce is going to go over here and try to grapple the bat.
Okay. You sense movement at the edges of your vision, and your feet sort of dig into the dirt and launch yourself forward. And Braxis and Buttercup, the two of you sort of watch Bruce as he just dashes forward in a flash towards something you don't even see yet. Bruce, what are you doing?
Grappling the bat.
Grappling. Okay, roll me that advantage. I'm sorry, athletics check.
Can I roll perception with her eyesight to see if she sees what's going on?
Oh, you don't need to roll perception for that. You see clearly what's going on. You didn't notice the bats because they sort of blend into the dark. But you do see, like, once they sort of like lift off the rock where they kind of blend in and fly through the air, Bruce is already on it somehow, extremely quick. Oh my god.
Good.
Crit fail.
So Bruce, you don't just grab this bat, but you dash forward out of the air, and the bat is taken by surprise as you snatch it by its face, sort of clamping its jaw shut, and you crush its forehead towards the ground, knocking it prone.
So I will say, would it be possible to grapple it by the wings?
Yeah, if that's what you would prefer, sure.
Yes.
So what are you doing? Grappling it by the wings?
Yeah, Bruce wants to rip the wings off the bat, which I feel like he's probably already used his turn, maybe next turn. But he is positioning himself to where he can just rip the wings off of this bat.
Okay. I will say, with it crit failing a grapple, you absolutely have it grappled, and with this good grip that you have on both sides, you do have it prone during this time. You're in a position to do whatever you would like. Next turn.
Next turn, okay. Bruce is good.
All right. This bone spitter bat, actually, I guess both the bats are, is going to desperately try and attack you. Wow.
Ooh.
Getting you with 2 solid stings, dealing a whopping 11 damage to you, Bruce.
Could Bruce, since his hands are tied up, try to kick the barbs as his deflect missiles? Since it is deflection.
You know what? These are ranged attacks. Well, I kind of pictured it as like stinging you. No, these are ranged attacks. So a 23 will deal 5 damage to you. It's gonna swing one more time at disadvantage. The next tail swipe does not hit you.
Okay, so they're not ranged.
They are ranged. The
Okay.
first one hits you, you take, let's see, it's disadvantage. So you take 5 damage. The second one does not hit you.
Could
He
I?
asked if he could
Yeah, can I deflect missiles?
Yes, you may deflect missiles. So the first one...
-9.
have to worry about it, dude. The for 6 damage, like I'm pretty sure you automatically qualify the way that roll is set up. Oh, it's 5. Okay, so you're guaranteed. No, you're guaranteed 6. Okay, so yeah. You catch this like tail stinger as it flings this barb towards you, and you sort of like crush the tail against the stinger so the barb isn't able to leave the tail before it's able to fly out.
Nice. Cool.
All right, this next bat next to you guys over here.
The one that's pinned.
Yeah, no, this one over here is going to attempt to fling a couple barbs over at Braxis.
Clear misses.
Clear misses.
What's your AC,
Oh,
Eddie?
that advantage. because
19.
the two of
Nice.
them were hidden. And neither of them are going to hit you. Okay.
Nope.
So Braxis, 2 barbs fly towards you. One of them flies over your shoulder. The other one actually sinks into your shoulder. And it doesn't harm you. But this barb is just sitting there.
It's decoration. It's
I need
fun.
Buttercup and Braxis to roll initiative for me, please. Wow, Buttercup. Okay. Bruce, go ahead and roll if you haven't rolled already.
Roll again.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
As that is the end of the round. So from the top, Buttercup, you're up first. Bruce has one bat pinned to the ground. He's sort of got a foot planted against its back, and he's kind of just beginning to lift to sort of tear these 2 wings off its back. The other one is just attempted to attack Braxis.
Alright, so what I would like to do is Buttercup is seeing everything that is going on, so she's going to utilize Hunter's Mark and then fire at the Bone Spitter bat that tried to attack Braxis. Since clearly Bruce Fantana has some unfinished business.
Okay, go ahead and roll that attack.
You also get a second attack from your Dread Ambusher.
Don't worry
Since it's
about
the first
it.
turn of combat.
Oh, yeah, you do get a second attack, actually. This first one is going to sort of like hit this bat, which sort of knocks it back. But it's just going to flutter out of the air as it kind of spirals towards the ground before landing in a crumpled heap.
Oh, okay, never mind.
You do still have a second attack.
And she's going to use that second attack to try to... Can I shift the Hunter's Mark towards the one that Bruce has? Yes? No?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, no, you can do that as a bonus action, I believe.
Okay, so I'm going to shift that,
Spark. That's so funny.
and then I'm going to use my longbow again.
Okay.
And I do that twice, right?
Yeah, go for it.
One more time, I think, for this round. You make one more, because you get 2 attacks this round, I think, altogether. You already made 1.
Okay, I don't know if that... So I use my long... It did that.
will- So, okay. So, this is at disadvantage? Or no. Can you roll one more time? Because Bruce actually has a foot planted against this bat, and it is pinned against the floor, making it a much smaller target than if it was like spread wide in front of you. Yeah, no problem. So we'll go ahead and take the second roll. So you are actually, Bruce, as you have your foot planted against this bat, an arrow is going to sort of fly out of the side wing and like plant into this with a like a whistle. And this bat that you are pinning to the ground is going to go limp.
Oh
I was
shit.
gonna say she does an extra D8 and a D6 with her Hunter's Mark
Don't
too,
worry about it. Don't worry about
but
it.
it doesn't matter. Just like super nuke that thing.
Can Bruce
Okay.
can Bruce still rip the wings off in a fit of rage?
If you like, Now, so this is your second. Go ahead and roll me. You're trying to rip the wings off. Roll me another athletics check
Okay.
Don't forget the sound of eagles in the background.
Right?
as you rip the wings right off.
Maybe.
God, I wish I had taken prestidigitation.
8. Ooh. There we go.
If I had precedent or phantom sounds, that's what I need. That's why I need phantom sounds, so I can make
Okay.
that eagle scream.
Bruce, you get one very crudely torn wing.
Bruce just throws it on the ground. He has no interest in keeping it. He's just
Now, keep in mind, you already have a pair of crudely torn wings. I don't know if you added that to your inventory.
I
You
did.
have one pair already.
yeah. He throws that wing to the ground. He just wanted to break something.
Okay.
He's upset.
This is bloodlust Bruce.
Bloodlust Bruce. okay.
Bruce is mad.
Dun dun dun.
Braxis and Buttercup, can the two of you roll me insight at advantage? Because this is like an extremely aggressive thing that you see.
To see if Bruce is visibly upset. Nice.
Yeah.
What? 1 in 400 chance.
You're
Double-
good,
double crit.
Buttercup, no sweat. Braxis,
I love how you rolled the second one just to rub it in that you were gonna crit on us twice. That's tight.
Buttercup flexing as usual.
Nice.
Braxis, so, okay. Braxis, you note with satisfaction Bruce's aggression. Buttercup, you note with I guess with discomfort for you, Buttercup, the extreme emotionally fueled aggression that Bruce exhibits as his like arm like tightens and his heel like plants into the back of this bat as there's an audible like tear and then like crackling and finally a pop as like this flesh sort of like tears and extends to the point of breaking. And then Bruce casually tosses one of the wings aside, flutters to the ground.
Having witnessed this and seeing everything that's going on, she just kind of like very nervously is like, bat, it seems that's what's for dinner. And then she walks.
In what can only be described as glee to Braxis, he's like, yes, yes, rip and tear.
Okay, there are 3 paths ahead of you: southwest, directly south, and southeast, back in the direction that you came.
Bruce is gonna go directly south.
Directly south. Okay. And all right, Bruce, as there is a shifting above you, can I get you to roll initiative for me?
25.
As a pair of jaws come snapping down toward you. Or begin to, I should say. We'll see about that.
Hey, if he drops in down next to us, between all of us, don't we get attacks of opportunity? Since he passes through
in 5e,
the 5-fight.
In 5e, it's not when they enter, it's only when they leave. I think in older editions,
Yeah.
it's when they
So
enter.
technically, he would pass through a threatened square at the 10-foot mark, and then go down to the 5-foot mark and hit another threatened square, and be having passed through another threatened.
Yes, that in 5e will not provoke attacks of opportunity. They have
Moving
to
through-
completely leave your range.
Ah, okay.
Unless
Yeah,
you're
it's-
using a ranged weapon.
It's
for
in.
melee.
It's in, not out,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it.
or out, not in.
Okay. So, Bruce. Actually, let me drop these out here.
Basically, previous editions, it was like any time that a creature left a square a threatening square, like in your range, even if it was moving still within your range, you would get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Like moving around you in a circle would get like attacks of opportunity.
There
every
is a
step.
fighting style that still does that, and it is extremely powerful, as you might well imagine.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Anyways, so Bruce,
Sorry.
as you no, you're good, man. No sweat. So as you're coming in to like this sort of like tunnel pathway, sort of head down this way. There's an audible hiss, and Bruce, you look up just as these jaws are beginning to like drop down towards you. Buttercup and Braxis, this is still registering for you guys. But Bruce, you're up first. What would you like to do?
It's another sea serpent. Bruce is going to Bruce. So he feels very conflicted. He looks at it and says, as the resolve kind of sets in, he says, I will let you find peace. And he punches it twice.
Do it. Wow. Okay. For a whopping 7 damage. Alright, that is going to sort of throw it off its axis as it comes down in a bite. Does an 18 hit you, Bruce?
My AC is 18.
Yeah, okay, so as these needle-like jaws come snapping down towards you, Bruce, your attack sort of throws it off, and it's kind of like shakes its head, not expecting your quick reaction time. Can everyone go ahead and roll me initiative? As this thing just drops into the middle of all of you guys.
My 1 is still 11.
Wow, dude, that is crazy.
Alert. Alert's a good feat.
Oh my
I will say my initiative isn't taking into account my new dex of +2, which is fine.
+2, okay. I can actually...
So I'm at a 10, but
You're at
it's not that big a deal. It doesn't matter right now.
No sweat. I'll tweak it. And I'll fix your button too. Okay, well, it looks like regardless, you're all up before the sea serpent, which falls in the middle of all of you, granting you all flanking bonus thanks to Bruce sort of like knocking it down off its axis like that.
Nice.
It kind of lands in a like crumpled heap, but scrambles to its feet quickly. Buttercup, you're up first. What would you like to do?
She's gonna pounce on it and dig her dagger in.
Twice.
Okay.
That dread ambusher.
Okay. One of those will hit. Go ahead and roll your sneak attack and your D8. We need to get you a button for that other D8. Okay, you've got 14 Praxis and Starvic and Victor all at 14.
Can I still use Hunter's Mark?
It's an
yeah,
hour
you can
duration.
use that as a bonus action.
Okay, so
You lose it at the end of combat.
okay.
If you kill the thing, you know, the last thing that has your hunter's mark.
Actually, it says she can change it to another creature on a subsequent turn. It lasts for an hour.
Yes, but once that combat ends, there's nothing to switch it to.
As long as she
This is-
maintains
this is
concentration,
interesting
it doesn't
because
matter.
Yeah, it is a concentration, right? So I
Yeah.
suppose as long as you're maintaining concentration, Buttercup, I will say that you can use it from combat to combat within the span of an hour, but it will take a bonus action to transfer it.
Okay. I was not sure how that worked or anything like that. I mean, I'm cool with this right here, you know, because she's still like stabby stab stab, so
I honestly think Hunter's Mark should just be a class feature of Rangers and not a spell.
True.
Let me read this real quick. You can use a bonus action, but it's concentration for episode. Yeah. If you want to use a bonus action, go ahead and do so. That's how the spell works for the remainder of this adventure.
Dude, like, using higher level spell slots on it is gross.
Dude, you have Hunter's Mark, Buttercup. Oh my god.
okay. So what do I do then? Since I have Hunter's Mark, do I roll something else? Like,
No, it just applies. It'll take an extra d6 on your next few
it
turns.
applies. You've
Okay.
already attacked it, so don't sweat it, but it's on there now. Bruce, you're up next. You have advantage on all of your strikes.
I'm gonna hit it twice.
Go for it. That'll hit 9 damage.
Roll again, buddy, because you got advantage on both of your attacks.
Oh, that's
That's
right.
right.
16?
And 16 will also hit for a
18.
18 damage.
You don't want to fuck with Bruce right now.
Is it flailing? Is it like?
Okay, at
Bruce is
this
ornery.
point, not expecting the ass kicking it has received, once dropping in the middle of all of you guys, it is beginning to look very seriously wounded in a very short amount of time. Braxis, you're up next. What would you like to do? Unless, Bruce, you're wanting to do something with a bonus action.
Nah.
Okay. Braxis, you're up next.
Gonna get those temporary hit points as my bonus action and punch it.
Punch it. Go for it. Wow.
Hot damn.
Nice.
My word.
Nice.
Roll it one more time just to see if you crit. Just to see. Okay.
Both good.
12 damage will do it. Well, actually, it doesn't quite do it. But
Can I attack it with my offhand torch?
if you want to use the torch,
Which is
because you
yes.
are carrying the torch, right?
I
Yeah.
am carrying
Okay,
the torch,
it's a bonus
which will
action.
do 1 fire damage.
Does it say 1 fire damage on the torch?
It says exactly 1 fire damage if I attack with the torch.
You are so close. So, okay. So, as it falls into the center of you, all 3 of you turn, murder in your eyes, and just nuke this thing. And at the very verge of death, this thing is going to disengage, horrified, scrambling to like get footing, and vanish from sight. Oh my word.
You can track the shit out of that though, Buttercup, with that hunter's mark and your advantage on that.
Oh my god. Okay.
Bruce is gonna look down here.
Alright, Bruce, you're headed south?
Yeah, to see if there's anything by the wall.
Alright. As the group of you head south, roll me an
Oh, are you-
investigation check.
I can't imagine that's good for Bruce. It's not.
It's okay. Braxis, you as well, please.
16.
Wow, okay.
Just off a pure D20. Nice.
Wow, okay.
I don't know if I did that right. You said investigation, right?
Investigation, yeah. Okay, Bruce, you're the first one to stumble upon the nest. There are another. Let me see. Wow, there are another 6 eggs here. Braxis, as you are searching back in this corner, something catches your eye. It is a sort of green, like, shiny mixture across the floor that is visible through this crack here, but you are not able to get through this crack. It's rather large too.
A green shiny mixture across the floor.
Yeah, it's like a 5 by 5 space of just this green shiny mixture across the floor.
Okay.
You're able to see it,
Hmm.
but you cannot reach it.
For now, okay.
I say mixture, think substance. You're not able to identify what it is, but it's green and shiny and it's like stretched across the space.
Gelatinous cube. No,
There's too much stuff for it to be a gelatinous cube.
right? It's not big enough. It's not a cube.
The floors
It's,
are being polished clean.
You know what? You're right, actually. So I remember one of my friends was playing a game, and speaking of gelatinous cubes, he goes like, "Okay, I'm gonna enter this room," and the DM's like, "Okay, make a dex roll." He fails it. He's like, okay, you get sucked into the gelatinous cube and just start floating inside of
Oh no.
as you enter this room.
That's horrible, dude.
Dude, yeah, it was rough.
They will kill you so fast. Okay, anyways, so you guys come back to this nest here and regroup. What are y'all doing here? There are currently 6 eggs in the nest.
I want to destroy all the egg. He looks between the two before as he raises his fist and says, "Crush."
Bruce is
I
gonna.
have the 2 I want. Go ahead.
Bruce is gonna say, "Hold on, I don't know. This feels wrong. We're taking lives."
You're
We
crushing.
kill shit. That's what we do.
I've killed a lot of things, but only the things that can stick up for themselves.
Buttercup, that was kind of dark.
The
These are
people,
eggs.
the people that deserve it. These are babies. You want to kill snake babies? It feels wrong.
Well, I had to before because
They
Mom was
turn
stupid.
big and eat.
I turned big and eat. Look at you. You're pretty big. I bet you eat a lot. I eat Cliff Bars sometimes, just like my friend back there. And it just feels wrong to break these eggs. I don't know.
She looks over at Bruce as he's making this kind of little spiel, and she's all like, "I have 2 eggs in my bag. I think we're okay."
I
And plus,
have
breakfast.
one myself.
Yeah, what are you guys scared of babies? Is that what's going on? Are you guys scared of like little babies in shells that can't defend themselves? Cause
At this point,
Brax-
Buttercup is getting irritated, so she just lifts up her dagger, goes over there, and stabs to see his face.
Oh my god, Buttercup! What the
oh
fuck?
no.
What's going on with these moralities?
I think Bruce probably. I don't want to slow anything down. I don't want to get it weird. I think Bruce
No,
would
don't-
retaliate.
don't
I think
feel bad.
Bruce would retaliate. He's in a blind rage, and he just said, "Don't kill these babies." I feel like he would retaliate.
What would you do, Bruce? She walked up without any disregard for what you were saying and shoved a knife into one of these eggs.
How many hit points does Buttercup have?
She looks
Currently at 27.
a little scuffed, but she's okay.
I mean, it feels weird and it feels wrong, but I think Bruce would definitely hit her.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
If he
trying to just,
approaches
like,
past,
Are
in
you
a-
trying to like chop the dagger out of it? What exactly are you doing?
He's just gonna go. He's gonna go punch her.
Okay, yeah, go for
If-
it. Roll it.
if Bruce passes Braxis in an aggressive manner,
Braxis, you definitely take note of what's going on here.
You are in between us. You could break us up.
Hold on, his thing dropped real quick. He's about to pop back in.
Oh no, we need him. it's about to get bad.
Braxis. I guess I'll just wait. Just let me know when he's back.
I'm here.
Wow, so interesting. Okay, Braxis. So you see Bruce at Buttercup's like blatant disrespect for basically Bruce's morality here, which he had expressed to all of you guys. Braxis, Buttercup walks up and shoves a knife into the egg, and you watch as Bruce goes into a blind rage, and without thinking, he steps forward, meaning to strike Buttercup.
Yeah, Braxis is gonna punch him.
Should we
Okay.
roll initiative?
Go for it. Yeah, go ahead. Roll that punch and roll initiative as Braxis and Bruce suddenly go head to head. Wow. Okay. Let me see. What have I got? Oh, let's do this one. I've been like looking forward to this one. Some different music here.
Is it heavy
All right.
metal?
I think it's choir. Okay, so Buttercup, are you trying to enter this combat, Buttercup? Are you trying to get involved with the tangle as Braxis and Bruce turn on each other?
No, she is in kind of like this weird teacher mode kind of thing, And so she's watching this goes on as this goes on and is trying to wait to see whenever they have a break so she can
All right, so you're letting them fight it out. Okay, then don't worry about initiative. Bruce, you're up first. You're going like you've lost your temper. You're going to make a move to strike Buttercup when Braxis turns to strike you. Let me see. And Braxis misses as you sort of catch it out of the corner of your eye.
I mean, it I don't want to hurt you guys. He's just really mad.
Then stop.
It's okay.
Then don't.
Play it out. Let
It's
it happen.
on you.
Play the character.
You make these choices.
She like.
Don't.
It's your
don't-
choice.
Okay. I got it. I got it.
This situation, I gotta say, don't feel guilty for playing the character because the story is more interesting than how many hit points you guys have.
exactly.
Okay.
Play the situation out because that is the best thing you could possibly do.
So Bruce is in a weird spot because he is furious. He thinks that those serpents might be human beings. He is emotionally tied to that girl who he kind of didn't give a fuck about, and her mom definitely like wouldn't bang Bruce. So he feels really conflicted by that too. He's in this weird spot. He's in his head. He never gets in his head. He's very even keel. He's full of emotions. Mainly because he thinks that he's going through some weird stuff. That girl might be going through what he's been going through. He's mad. He's really mad. And he's going through emotions. So he's also conflicted because these are his friends. Like, at one point, he was genuinely concerned about the well-being of Braxis. And now we've got this display of just like, nah, fuck Bruce. And he's
How
like,
could they do that, dude? Buttercup's clearly doesn't give a shit about how you feel. She completely ignored what you said and destroyed the egg, despite your.
Oh no, she did it with purpose and was staring at him because she's trying to make a point and
Oh,
wants
she's
to
challenging
talk
you,
to him.
Bruce.
okay.
Wow,
and
Buttercup.
Does Bruce recognize that?
Where's this coming from?
Character backstory.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
So Bruce is, I think this is how Bruce would play it. I feel like he would channel a key point and hit Braxis 3 times, juggling him both times and trying to provoke opportunity attacks both times. But
No, go for it. Wow. Okay, go for it. Yeah. So these are going to be your 2 bonus action attacks first.
well, I feel like at the last minute, like Bruce is like about to swing, and just like with the serpent before, he feels this weird hesitation because Braxis is on par with him. He's almost celebrity status, and he's also his friend, and he feels a little betrayed. And Bruce, having hurt many people before, kind of pulls his fist back for the last second.
You're conflicted?
He's very conflicted.
Roll me an attack at disadvantage, Bruce.
Not the crit.
Braxis. Bruce crits, but not on you. You're looking at Bruce, and his eyes have kind of glazed over, and he is dropped into this flex, and he's not wearing a shirt, and his body doesn't resemble the body of a typical mortal man anymore. This figure sort of drops into this blind rage and delivers this crushing like stab forward that like at the very last second just dodges slightly to the side and just barely misses you, sort of balding the hair where it slices past you and it sort of cuts your skin. And Braxis, you get the sense that Bruce pulled his punches, but if that strike would have hit you, it would have easily like destroyed a large part of your arm.
And then Bruce, with the last of his action, or last of his turn, says,
It's your first strike, Bruce.
Don't make me do this. We're leaving the eggs. The eggs are fine. They're just little babies.
With the close attempted attack at his life, Braxis actually roars loudly and is going to crush the eggs immediately.
Okay.
Okay, so
I tried.
Okay, so what? This is
I
what's gonna
tried.
happen.
I've literally already crushed one nest at the very beginning, and you felt nothing. So
That was before That's before he thought they were human beings.
And Liggery Victor already had some explanations with you, like talked to you, tried to tell you some stuff.
Okay.
It is what it is, bud.
Okay, so
guys.
It is what it is.
at this point in time, Buttercup is cleaning her dagger. She looks dead at Bruce. She's all like, "That was not something I wanted to do. That was something that had to be done. They are not human. The good doctor has already explained that.
So at
But
that,
what they can do is hurt the people around us."
and that does make Bruce think. And he kind of pauses for a second, feeling more of this confliction. And he knows, having had to already kill one of these serpents, he's like, "You're right. You're right."
And she walks over to him. She's all like, "My ma taught me that lesson the hard way."
We all have a lot of bloods on it. We all have a lot of blood on our hands, and I don't think any of us really like having blood on our hands. Sometimes you
Do
just
what
gotta.
you have to do to survive in this world.
You're
This
right.
world is not kind.
You do what you have to do. Okay, and with that, Bruce finds a little resolve, and he feels less conflicted.
Now that Bruce is calmed down, Braxis actually does, he takes the single egg out of that he has of them and holds it up to Bruce and offers.
Okay, that's pretty fucked up. I'm not gonna go that far, guy.
No, he's giving it to him like a gift, he can have it. He's not going to destroy the egg, this last egg that he has. He's actually offering it to Bruce as a gesture of goodwill.
Assuming that
Buttercup, Bruce, and Braxis, I need all of you to roll a perception check. And Bruce, you can roll me initiative.
it's not good. It's not a Bruce roll.
Okay. All right. Let me see. You guys are rolling perception.
The green stuff move.
Okay, so Victor and Buttercup, the two of you hear a flapping of wings. And Bruce, you hear it coming too, and you actually turn in time to see a bone spitter bat headed this way. It has not attempted to attack you yet, but Bruce, if you want to do anything to this bat, you're able to.
Bruce is going to spend his turn taking the egg that's in his hand, given to him by Braxis. And Bruce is just going to gently put it back in the nest.
Okay. This bat is going to fly past all of you into the darkness and vanish.
Okay. Well, we did that.
That's weird.
Good job, guys.
Buttercup, Bruce, and Braxis, can you all roll me another perception check?
It's a 21 from Bruce.
18.
Bad for me.
Okay. Victor and Bruce, the two of you catch it. Buttercup, you don't, as you're still watching the bat sort of flap off, but you hear this sort of these slurping, sucking sounds.
There's some.
That does not sound healthy.
Hey guys, do you hear that slurping, sucking sound that I hear? It is a gelatinous cube.
I fucking called it.
Alrighty, guys.
There's so many bones.
Everyone roll me initiative as a large gelatinous cube appears from around the corner.
Oh dear.
Okay.
What is the cube roll? Savannah, that was a good job diffusing that situation, by the way. You did great.
Oh yeah, no, she was doing it for a purpose. It wasn't
You-
like she was trying to be intentionally malicious. Well, she was, but at a
That was a good scene.
This cube got a nat 20,
Oh fuck.
which I'm going to cause it to bump all the way up here. Okay. So from the top.
What attacks does a gelatinous cube have?
You will learn.
Oh no.
Okay.
Sure.
So this gelatinous cube, having slithered through the wall here, is going to turn a deep shade.
You're cutting in and out real bad. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you guys fine. Am I cutting out?
I'm catching all the audio pretty okay. Everything sounds good to me.
Go, both. Just a little bit.
Okay. If you guys need, I can hold off for just a moment.
I'm fine on my end.
Now I can hear you both. Beth, can you hear him?
Yeah.
He keeps getting delays.
I'm not saying anything right now.
We could take a quick break. Do you guys want to take a quick break, sort it out, and come back in a sec? Sounds like a no.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, like,
Once you guys are
I'm
ready.
good. I can hear you.
He's like, we just got-
Having issues.
He's like, we just got to the cube, guys.
I'm ready when you guys
You were
are.
chomping at the bit for this cube.
I had to, dude.
No, that's cool, man. I want to throw a gelatinous cube out in Strahd somewhere.
Hey,
Eddie, you good?
All right. Welcome back. Okay, so with this natural 20,
yes.
this gelatinous cube dashes across the floor extremely quickly and is going to move through the lot of you. I need everyone to roll me a dexterity save.
Would be nice if I had a +7 to my dex.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be nice.
Oh, it's a bad roll, but
Oh my god, you do. Uh-oh, Bruce.
fuck.
Uh-oh, Bruce.
I had to talk all that shit, and I was like, oh, I gotta pull something. I'm pulling.
Victor, okay. Braxis. Alright, so as this cube sort of dashes through, Braxis takes a step back and Buttercup take a step back. And Bruce, you take the full brunt of it as it sort of just like splashes into your flesh and sort of like your face like claps into like a semi-solid form, like water almost, and then you feel a sort of like pull sensation sort of suck you into the center, and immediately you start to feel the burn of acid.
How much? Ooh.
10 acid damage.
Bruce is down to 23. Ooh. Okay. He can do
Okay.
this. He can survive this.
Alrighty, guys, and that's going to be it for this turn. Buttercup, you're up next.
I thought you were gonna say that's it for the session. We'll do this again Thursday. We'll see what happens with the cube.
Cliffhanger.
It's like the old Batman.
Okay, what would you like to do?
Buttercup is taken aback because it's a giant green blob thing. What the fuck is she supposed to do with that? And so she, yeah, that's immediately what she starts doing. So she still has Hunter's Mark, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I fire twice, correct?
You can use a bonus action to place it on this creature.
Bonus action
Yes,
first, and
you
then
fire
attack.
twice. Yeah, you can.
And you'll get the
attack twice.
D6 on each one if you connect.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna go ahead and.
Yeah, whichever one lands. You're
Just kill it.
And isn't it flanked?
Yes, because Braxis. That's a good point. Yeah, Braxis and Buttercup are each flanking it. So.
So advantage on all four of your on both of your attacks. So roll 4 times.
Can you really flank a gelatinous cube?
Yeah,
You can flank anything.
Yeah. It has a front.
yeah. Well, it has sides. It
Fair.
has six. It has 6 sides, sir.
It's got a lot. It's got a lot of sides. You're right.
You could flank. You could flank it 3 times.
That's,
Okay.
that's true.
Just being dumb. Sorry.
No.
So I've got 10 damage plus.
So a
19. So yeah, go ahead and drop a d6 and a d8. Your sneak attack only applies once, unless you have another.
No,
Oh,
Hunter's
that's
Mark
right.
applies 2d6s,
Right.
one for each attack.
Oh my god, Buttercup, what the fuck?
Please kill it.
Min max. Okay, kill it. All right, how much damage are we looking at? 2d6s and a d8.
3d6 and one d6 for each attack. 3d6 and a d8.
Yo, y'all throwing numbers out here. My brain's going, what?
All right,
Roll
sorry, we're looking
3d6
at
and
19 plus your roll. As you drop that Gloomstalker damage. And Bruce, you're sort of just like completely engulfed. Wow, 19 plus 9, 28 damage.
Nice.
Grief almighty.
Buttercup, good job.
I ain't even done yet. She got one more, bruh. There it is.
Oh my god, does that just kill it?
Wow. Minus an additional 4. So what? How much damage is that? 28 plus 4, so 32 damage.
32 damage.
Oh my
Good job.
Okay, so Buttercup, as you like unleash these 2 rapid arrows, you just place them like right in the corner, and as they sort of like slice through, they sort of separate these large portions of this cube away, and it shrinks ever so slightly. And takes a massive amount of damage. Braxis, you're up next, unless you want to do anything else, Buttercup.
Hey Hunter, real quick question.
Yeah.
So when the cube absorbed me, I had a torch, right? Does it take a damage?
The torch immediately went out.
Oh no. Okay. Every little bit helps.
And in fact, you're holding the torch currently, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You still got it then.
Okay.
Buttercup, are you wanting to do anything else?
I don't think there's really anything else I can do.
Lol.
All right, and then Braxis, you're up next.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and try and pull Bruce out of.
You're gonna try and pull Bruce out?
Yes.
Do you think you get sucked into the cube?
No. Because it's a. I get to. If I can make a DC 12 strength check and try and pull it out. Try and pull you out. I still take damage, but I can pull you out.
It is metagaming to know what the DC of this is.
That's true. Okay, so I can attempt to pull you out, but I will take some damage.
I will say, you're attempting to pull him out. I am going to need you to make me a strength save.
Yeah, I've played against a bunch of gelatinous cubes. That's the only reason I know that shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see if it.
Gelatinous cubes don't have this kind of movement speed.
Gross. You're right.
I.e., it might be a higher DC. I think is what he's telling you. Good luck.
What do you got?
I'll say even if you fail, Bruce will remember
Give me
that you
one
tried to
sec,
save him.
I'm making sure one thing.
You're looking at a DC 14 strength save to not get pulled in.
Doesn't it only get to do that on its?
Probably according to the monster manual version. I'm completely improving this gelatinous cube. So consider this an original monster.
That's his,
Heard that.
that's his
you're
cube.
familiar with,
That is his cube. He made that cube.
This cube is my baby.
Did you design the cube yourself?
Wow.
Or was that just a
okay,
token?
Braxis.
Get out of there!
So-
I'll take some damage though.
You like sink your feet into this ground, and you thrust your arm in, and you are going to take not a full amount because you're not completely exposed to this.
I do take some damage. I know I take some damage.
You are going to take 8 damage, but
Okay.
Bruce, you have advantage on your next strength save to get out of there.
Okay.
Braxis, roll me an attack. Because technically you're like shoving your arm into this thing. Noted. Okay. Bruce, you are up next. You're sort of like floating, kind of suspended in shock, and you feel like a burn all over your skin.
So I'm not touching the ground, correct?
No. Yes, you are touching the ground.
So I'm going to expend 1 key point, Step of the
You're gonna
Wind.
take 8 damage as well.
Okay. I'm going to expend 1 key point, Step of the Wind, and jump the fuck out of there. Bruce Fantana style. With my fist in the air, maybe I do damage?
Okay. The Braxis is already helping you out. I will give you triple advantage if you're wanting to use a key point for this.
Okay.
As opposed to double advantage, or just advantage.
Strength save.
Since you're jumping,
Acrobatics. To jump out of the cube.
it kind of is a save. Yeah, let's make it a save.
Okay. So 3 deck saves.
Well, make it a dex save.
Okay.
Let's make it a dex save for this particular case. Wow. Okay, Bruce. Go ahead and roll me damage. Or roll me an attack.
Okay. 7.
All right. So it's going to take 7 damage, Braxis, as this like acid like eats at your furry arm, and Bruce, who's you and Bruce do like the predator like forearm handshake. You know?
Yes.
And Braxis
Yeah.
like, rip Bruce out as Bruce sort of like sinks to the ground just enough for him to like flex his like chiseled calves and launch himself forward, and the two of you guys like pull, and Bruce, you are actually going to sort of like fling for a second, tied up against the side of this, and then like shoot out this way to about here.
Nice. As a environmental action, can I use a potion?
Absolutely.
I have 2 potions. What do I roll for that? Ow!
1d8, right?
1d8?
Or wait, no, wasn't it the one that?
Is it a potion of healing? What is it?
So when I was
The one
about,
that I made from the moth.
there was one that Victor threw to Bruce while he was about to fight the shark that he never used, and then there was one that Buttercup gave him.
Which one are you using?
The most potent.
You don't know which one's the most potent. They each just gave you one.
Oh, Victor's.
Okay.
1d8
Victor,
plus
that's one of your
4.
spells. All right.
1d8 plus 4. 9.
Okay.
Plus 9 for Bruce. Up to 24, and that's my turn.
All right. Okay. Excellent. Nice. Very good. And that's it for Bruce. Okay. I think we actually need to reroll initiative for everybody here. So let's go ahead and do that one more time. If you haven't done so already.
That's a 30.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I've run into so many gelatinous cubes in my life, and they're
Okay.
all awful. They're all awful.
Bruce, you're up first, man.
So this is a weird moment for Bruce. This guy that he was about to punch, and this guy that tried to punch him, just saved him from acid. Like, just saved his life. Bruce is gonna run over to the egg that he had placed originally in the nest, and he's gonna throw it at the gelatinous cube. Because it's an improvised weapon, and I get a martial arts roll for it, and I won't die immediately. So,
In a strange reversal of morals, Bruce sprints over and picks up the egg in the nest and just fastballs it into this gelatinous cube. Go ahead and roll me that attack.
Oh my god,
That's a 9.
Oh
that egg is
God.
fucked.
That egg is powerful.
That egg
He
is-
like sinks it into the wall behind the cube, and the
Yeah.
egg's fine.
If it has to die, I want it to die for a good reason.
So Bruce, as you throw this leathery egg, it splatters almost immediately, but it impacts with such force that it spatters off the corners of this cube, and the cube shrinks ever so slightly.
That's Bruce's turn.
That's your
Actually,
attack. Are you wanting to do anything else?
So I think Bruce actually wants to move a little bit further out of the way.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, I'm gonna let the person with the ranged attacks handle this, and Bruce is gonna back up like right over here.
Okay, Bruce. All right, Buttercup. Then you're up next. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I've already she's used the hunter's mark once. I cannot use it again.
You don't need to use it again. Yeah, you're still maintaining.
It's still on him. It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. So it's just an attack with advantage and therefore sneak attack, plus your hunter's mark.
All right, so that's 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So
no,
attack twice. Roll your attack roll twice.
Attack roll twice with 2d6s.
So you'll keep the higher roll, so
Yeah,
the
that's 9
18,
damage.
and then roll 2d6s and just a 2d6s. Sorry.
Pow, 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 pow. 9 plus.
Oh, so 11, 2,
9
and
plus
4.
6, 15 damage. Wow. Okay. So once again, 2 more arrows like slice into this cube, and it shrinks ever so slightly in size.
Wait, what? 9?
9 plus.
Buttercup rolled 11 damage on her first one with the 18.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Bruce's attack. My bad.
No worries, man.
It's
No
18,
worries.
11. Yeah, my bad. So it's 11 plus 6. So what is that? 17 damage? Wow. Okay, yeah. So it's good. Shrink.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Minus 17. Okay, you got it, guys. It is now just a little smaller than Braxis. All right. Is that it for you, Buttercup?
Yes, sir.
All right. Braxis, you're up next.
So while I know this thing can take does acid, I'm gonna poison it.
You're gonna spit into it? Okay, go ahead and roll it. Was that a 5? As you spit into it, it sort of just like splashes against the side of it. And it's gonna grow ever so slightly larger. Okay. It is now about the size of Braxis. Anything else you want to do, Braxis?
Yeah, I'm going to disengage.
Okay, you're gonna move back. Oh shit. You fucking guys. Okay.
Are you able to disengage as a bonus?
You have
It's
to
my
disengage.
movement.
Oh, you have to disengage as an action. That's true.
Oh, yeah, only rogues get like
So, Braxis,
disengage
are
as
you
bonus.
trying to step out? Are you trying to disengage because you're within melee range right now? You can move, but it'll prompt an attack of opportunity. Is that what you're trying to do? Buttercup, can you help us out with that one?
Eddie, you
I'm
there?
looking at
Sure.
something else right now. I'm here looking something up. I mean, I do plan on. I was trying to move away.
Oh, you know what? No, I'm sorry. He can disengage as an action because I allow cantrips and first level spells to be made as a bonus action. So that would have cost him a bonus action. So Braxis, you are welcome to disengage. Does that make sense?
Aye, sir.
Okay. Excellent. So it is now this thing's turn, and all you fuckers spread out.
Nice try.
Ah, god damn it, Bruce.
Nice try.
Fucking hell.
I'm not gonna go punch it.
This thing is going to move straight into Buttercup's space. Buttercup, can I get you to make me a strength save?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty salty right now that you made me not take
Magic mouth?
magic missile. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, magic
No,
missile.
I'm really salty about that right now. Literally right now, just about this.
Oh.
Why couldn't you take magic missile? Tell me that
He
story.
he made me take a different spell in my class features because he felt like it was
In retrospect, if you want to take magic missile, I will let you take magic missile as long as you can give it a non-magical flavor. That's all I ask.
absolutely.
And you just saw Bruce launch this egg as a projectile. Maybe it was like inspiration. You're like, I can launch projectiles too.
Okay, so Buttercup. Hang on, let me check something real quick.
It's like literally this situation is the only one.
Just
Eddie.
yeah, the gelatinous cube.
Successful save.
I feel like Hunter was like,
Did you
oh,
take any damage on a successful save, Eddie?
For
I'm gonna
what?
defer to classic style here. When you dodge a gelatinous cube, do you take half
No,
damage?
you don't take
Okay.
any damage because you're basically not being absorbed into the cube. That's
So
the
Buttercup.
you get shunted into the next space.
Okay, so Buttercup, you get shunted back 5 feet. But this cube does not manage to get you as it very quickly like slides up to you and then is going to shift over to Braxis over here. Braxis, can you make me a strength save, please?
I will say this
Sorry, I'm
world.
typing it out right now.
I'll say this world isn't perfect, but I don't like wake up every day in fear of a gelatinous cube, just like going down like the streets of Austin, just like eating
the skin
people.
off your body.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't have the blob like as a thing. That's pretty nice.
yeah. Not a perfect
Oh,
world, but we don't have
okay.
gelatinous cubes.
Braxis, you are going to get drawn in and take some acid damage. That is going to be 3. Here, I'll just roll in chat, actually. Rolling the dice. Uh-oh. There we go. 9 damage. Oof. And Buttercup, you watch, and Bruce, you can, I'm gonna say you can just kind of like peep it from around the corner there, and you watch as like Braxis sort of like gets splashed into this gelatinous cube.
I can hear the screams.
The gargles. Okay. Everybody reroll initiative. Braxis, that 13. Okay. Buttercup, you're up first. What would you like to do?
Sorry, I was finishing my ice cream.
That sounds pretty good.
It was dinner. I'm a good adult. Anyways, so she watches as this cube of assholery swallows her friend. So she is once again just gonna fire at it.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to say one more thing.
Okay.
Actually, before this occurs, and that's my bad as DM. This thing is going to attempt to run over to Bruce here.
Oh,
Because it's trying to get all of you guys, but it doesn't quite make it to Bruce. And Buttercup, that's going to prompt an attack of opportunity from you.
So-
Okay, so I can go ahead and just fire off once and then start with my or how's that?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Go ahead and
you-
go ahead and make an attack, and then you can start your turn. Wow, 12 damage. Okay.
Okay.
plus
so,
6 from her
Oh, yeah.
from Hunter's mom. Roll your d6.
just kill it. You're so close.
Every time you hit it, you get a d6 from your Hunter's mark. Like you get an extra bit of
Ah,
damage.
yes.
It all helps.
That's right. That's a lot.
Okay, so then I do my regular turn where I, since she has Hunter's Mark, fire twice.
I think you only fire once right now, but you'll do the d6 if you hit it.
Do I hit it?
That'll hit. Yeah. Go ahead and roll your damage.
It's a big cube.
She
One
did
more.
23.
Gloomstalkers.
So we're gonna 11 plus that last d6. You wanna roll one more d6 for us?
Roll one more d6.
It's your sneak attack plus your hunter's mark. Ha, okay.
Sweet.
I'll just go ahead and make you guys buttons to speed that up in the future. How much are we looking at? 11, 14 damage. Wow. Okay. It is getting much smaller. It seems like it is almost just barely able to contain Braxis now. But Bruce, it comes to like a screeching halt in front of you here as Buttercup like fires another arrow into it.
Okay. Bruce really can't do a lot against the gelatinous cube. I can't punch it.
Why not?
Because it'll suck me in. I've been in there before. I don't want to die.
Well, think of it this way, Bruce. The guy you were about to punch reached into acid to pull you out, and he is now trapped in acid and has come to a screeching halt right before you. How you gonna act?
Can I actually punch that thing?
You can if you like, yeah.
It's probably a strength save each time. Okay. I think you're right. So Bruce might have died if Braxis hadn't reached in that gelatinous cube. And I think he's going to dig deep, and he's going to not punch the cube. He's going to punch Braxis 15 feet out of the cube. And
I'm not gonna resist. I'm not gonna resist. He doesn't have to roll for it.
using the way of the open fist. And then if that is successful with his bonus attack, he is going to try to uppercut the gelatinous cube in the air.
What is your
Again,
strength
as I
save?
said, not resisting, so I can take that hit and just be flung up.
Yeah, go right ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and roll that attack, Bruce.
So in order for that to actually correctly work, it would have to be the bonus. So I think he would have to actually like punch with his left hand, punch the cube, and then punch Braxis with his right hand, and
That's
then
okay. You can use your bonus action first if you like. So
Okay.
I'll say you have 2 more attacks.
perfect. Okay,
But go ahead and roll the damage for that attack.
that's a 20 with a 7.
Okay, so both the cube and Braxis are going to take 7 damage. And Braxis, you are going to fly out the other side of the cube past Buttercup. Buttercup, you sort of watch as the cube like rushes past you towards Bruce, and then after a moment there's like a like sound, and Braxis like with a grunt, it's like and there's like a splash as he like emerges out the other side of this cube, which like recoils and shrinks down even more now that Braxis is out.
Do you need a strength save for that one?
He wasn't resisting, so Braxis is going to just fly straight out.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Oh, yeah, for the
Yeah.
yeah, please.
God damn it! I thought it was safe. Strength
You
save,
never save.
athletics,
Strength
or
save.
strength save.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight save, please.
You better remember this.
Ooh.
You better
I do.
remember this.
I am.
Praxis, Bruce almost like exchanges places with you as the punch sends you flying, and Bruce, you're like, ugh, as your hand like gets caught in the acid, and it like this gel now like not large enough anymore to like pull you in, actually tugs itself towards you and tries to encase you.
Man, this is actually the most hardcore gelatinous cube I've ever fought.
That's pretty
It's got
good.
abilities that no other gelatinous cube.
It's a good one.
6 plus 3. You're gonna take 9 damage. Bruce.
Do I still get an environmental action? Can I go ahead and hit myself with that last potion?
Make me a strength.
Friendship. I helped out
a
with.
strength check
Okay.
to like force your arm through this cube like to your mouth as you're trapped within.
Okay, but also.
Yes,
Okay, that works. Okay, cool.
that will work.
He can
you
move
will-
freely inside, just
Yeah.
not out of it.
Yeah, as it's thick like jello, but like very thick jello. It's not easy to move your arms, Bruce. but you are able to get a potion like to your mouth. You're gonna have to bite off the cork and like drink it out of the bottle because this gel is like kind of threatening to like pull away and like get inside the potion, you know.
Okay. What do I roll for that? For the potion?
Well, you
It
roll
was one of them. I guess the potion he's using now is the one that
Buttercup gave him. Yeah, the boss stuff.
Buttercup, is this your shark fin soup or is this your herb?
That was the soup one, because that's the only one she's made into a potion. It's
The
not an
soup
actual
is a
herb.
full just 10 health.
the shark one.
Yeah, that's just a flat 10 health.
Okay, cool. So
Which
I'm
is
up,
still pretty dope.
up to 25.
Yeah, that's actually very good.
It's better than I was before I punched my friend out. So I was at 24 before I punched out Braxis. Now I'm at 25. So you know what?
So you guys are even.
win-win.
Bruce Fantana, Braxis knocking you out has actually entrapped himself.
Did he get an attack of opportunity as he got knocked out of the cube?
He did not.
God damn it.
But
I was too
I
distracted.
will say this: I believe you have one more attack. Your first one.
I have 2.
Yeah, you
You
have
can
two
attack from inside the cube. Attack
from
the damn.
inside the cube, Bruce. Wow.
Does it hit?
Okay, Bruce. With a whopping 16 damage, Braxis and Buttercup, you guys watch as Bruce sort of like draws his arms in and then sort of like explodes his form outwards. And as his 2 like arms like spread out to his sides, like parts of the cube are going to like fly off, essentially freeing Bruce's torso. And he is now basically standing like with just his midsection submerged in like the small cube, and his torso is free.
Since I used a key point and I did Way of the Open Fist, can I just like with that third attack just
yeah.
like punch it off me?
Yeah, go for it, man. Let me actually, with both of those, really, you could do so.
So I would knock it 15 feet. I would only get 1 out of one of those because I already knocked Braxis, but I would get like 1 more out of the third
It rolled
bonus.
a 16 for its first save. Ooh, and an 18 for its next one. Sorry, dude. Doesn't look like it. However, it's very small now.
Yeah.
It's basically just the size of Bruce's torso, so you're looking at like a 3x4 cube, which is basically like just enough to encompass his legs.
Okay.
That being said, this cube is going to now rush towards Buttercup. Buttercup, if I could get you to make a save for me, please.
Strength, correct?
That's correct. Ooh, okay. Buttercup.
Wait, wasn't it a deck save to avoid, strength save to get out?
Yes. Oh, you're right. You're right. No. Yes. No, you're right. Is that right?
Okay, so I
Because you had
reroll
us roll dex first to avoid.
No. Yes.
The
Eddie's
first
correct.
time.
It is a deck save. It is a deck save. Yeah, that's true. Deck save.
Yeah.
Good call, Eddie. Thank you for that.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I just
No.
Like-
thank you for that.
And he's like, I love her. It's a deck save.
So here's the
yeah, right.
Good looking out.
Here's the deal. It being a deck save doesn't give her advantage. It gives her a +7 modifier to her nat 1 roll.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So, Buttercup, you are actually still engaged or still entrapped by this thing, but I will say this. You are going to take this damage, which ends up being 6 damage. But between Bruce and Buttercup, Braxis, you watch as this thing like tugs sort of fruitlessly towards you, and it is just like not able to quite make it to you. And Bruce and Buttercup, the 2 of you do not move as it is not able to actually drag you anywhere.
Buttercup just cackles.
And Braxis, you're up last.
All right. So after all of this shenaniganry, as Braxis is just fed up with what's going on with this acid cube, He roars loudly, points both of his arms at the cube, and large spikes of bone pop out of his knuckles and fly out of the cube as magic missiles.
Okay. All right. So you are firing like shards of bone. Can you just roll the damage on that for me? Bruce, Buttercup, this is new to you guys as you guys watch like bone just like grow out of Braxis without seemingly harming him. That is what, just a total of
8 damage.
8 damage. Okay, excellent. All right, this thing is now down to your shins. Buttercup and Bruce, the two of you guys could probably easily step out of it if you wanted to.
Okay. Roll initiative.
Yeah, go ahead and roll initiative. This thing is going to basically do so at disadvantage. Okay. What would y'all like to do? From the top. Buttercup, you're up first. It is basically just like a block of green slime that has been splattered all over this room here, leaving like quite a mess. But it's just entrapping you and Bruce at the shins here.
Well, Buttercup, you said that she can just pretty much step out of it now, right?
Yeah, you could pretty much just like step out and sort of like pull it apart in doing so.
And that's exactly what she's gonna do. She's just gonna step out of it.
Okay. Can you roll me? Actually, I guess this would. What's your strength modifier? Because this is technically an unarmed attack, as you're just moving out of it.
Plus,
What was your modifier? I'm sorry.
She said plus
Plus
1
one.
under strength.
+1. Okay, no problem. So you're able to step out easily enough. As you do so, Buttercup, it sort of like weakly adheres to you before like retracting. Just like swallowed up around Bruce's shins, which like still isn't really even much of a problem for you, Bruce.
power of the Bruce legs.
You gonna attack it?
What would you like to do, Buttercup?
I mean, I can, sink my dagger into it. She doesn't want to
Or-
fire anything at it because,
I mean, you could sink your dagger into it and get stuck in it.
Yeah, go
True.
for it.
You could always
Or you could
range.
fire an arrow at
Wait, what was that?
You could fire an arrow at it, or you can sink your dagger into it and get stuck. Range is probably the best way to go, honestly.
Or she can pass her dagger to Bruce.
Bruce
if you
doesn't
want me
use
to.
daggers.
She's just gonna look at Bruce and ask him, "Do you want some help, or do you want to beat the shit out of?"
Shoot him with an arrow.
Got it.
Kill it.
Kill it. Okay. So Buttercup. Oh my god, yeah, just roll your extra stuff just to see. Buttercup, as you fire your last arrow, it flies like sort of between the gap in Bruce's legs, basically bisecting this slime, which sort of like quivers before collapsing at the ground at either side of Bruce's legs. And
Is it dead?
and small dead puddles, yeah.
Nice.
And the cave once again goes quiet.
You know there's a bat somewhere, damn it.
So Bruce looks over at Braxis and says, "Hey man, we're cool."
Braxis seems to just holds out a fist to him for the fist.
I bump it. I fist bump
Yeah.
Braxis. I feel like we should at least short rest at this point.
Yes.
Alright, where are you guys wanting to take a short rest?
By this nest of broken, destroyed eggs. This sad memorial of they might be human. I don't know.
Go ahead and take a short rest. Braxis, are you remaining in this form throughout the duration of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Braxis, as you're taking a short rest and recovering during this time, you're going to eventually wander back and take a peek at where you had seen that slime before, sort of following like this like kind of disgusting green trail it had left. But looking back down here, you see there is a large hole in the ground where the slime once was.
Don't do it.
However, you cannot reach it from where you are. At whatever point you
okay.
return to camp. Or around this broken nest of innocent babies.
So,
Okay.
what is your extra cool short rest homebrew toughy thing?
Okay, so basically the way it works for Bruce Fantana, right? For every hit die you spend, so it works per individual hit die, you get double your con mod back in addition to your die roll.
Wow, okay. That's my die roll. That's a really
And I
good
went
roll.
ahead and gave you guys like the extra point from your feet, so you should actually get a +3, right, Bruce?
Yes.
So you get at least 6. So you get 6 plus whatever your die roll is.
8.
8. So you get a whopping 14 health back.
Cool.
That's a very hefty buff.
He's back to full hits.
Yes, that's gonna put you at 37.
Yo.
Okay, perfect. Bruce, Buttercup, you guys doing okay? Or Victor, Buttercup?
Buttercup is gonna go ahead and drink, or eat some of that moth that she had. Just a little bit of it, though.
Okay.
So, she can replenish a little bit. What do I roll to see how much she can?
To see how much you would roll a D10. You have 3 D10 and 1 D8 in hit die. You can choose from that. So a D10 or a D8, whichever you prefer. You guys have already taken one short rest. So this will be your second short rest. You may not have extended hit die at the time.
Okay, so I just add 3 to what I have.
Mm-hmm. The monsters, or animals rather, that sort of like the Bloodseeker bat that passed, and the lizards you guys encountered before never come back to normal.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
So, is it your player or your character level, and then you get like whatever your D8 +2? So do I get like 4 D8 +2?
It's your class.
Okay.
So you get a D8 depending on your class, and it's whatever you use to level up for your class times the number of levels you have in that class. So for Bruce,
cool. Yeah.
right, you have like 4 of those.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Okay, everybody healed up and ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, where would you like to go from here?
We could explore that spot that Victor found. There's a way to access it.
Yeah, Victor, if you want to lead them there. Okay. The path looks narrow, Braxis/Victor, but you're able to lead them there easily enough, squeezing through a couple tight spots. As you all arrive about here-ish, you will notice 2 skeletons, and they appear to be human skeletons, but the bone placement is sort of stretched out and scattered, as if like sort of dragged and deposited over time.
Bruce goes over to one of the skeletons and just kind of stares at it, looks wistful.
Okay. Buttercup, you just falling up in the rear there?
I guess Bruce would kind of look around.
Bruce, roll me a perception check.
It's classic Bruce. Good Bruce.
Roll me. As you're looking around, Bruce, roll me a dexterity save.
Oh dear. It's a whole family of gelatinous cubes.
They're all here for you.
I think this one might be a roof
Oh,
worm.
God.
Wait, so we are all rolling
13.
perception?
Okay. Yeah, so you don't quite run into it, Bruce, but you see a large ceiling worm just sort of
Okay,
sitting
cool.
here in the corner.
Hey guys, look, there's another ceiling worm. Just letting you know.
All right, and you guys.
I'm just gonna spit at it a bunch until it dies.
Just kill it till it's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
no
there anything?
problem.
Is there anything behind it?
I felt 4 would be.
There's bones on the floor behind it.
So like over
But they're
here,
not human bones.
this little alcove.
Yeah.
Okay.
Braxis, looking down this hole, it seems to go to the floor below.
There's a floor below?
It seems that way.
So I know we have one torch. I wish we had another one. Wait. Give me 1 second. Let me look at something real.
I love that.
Well, Buttercup
That
is going
player
to have to
comment.
make a trip back to town here soon. For one, to check on Beatrice, and for another, to stock up on some more arrow.
In actual time, 2 breaks. We'll say it's been about 2 hours that you guys have spent here so far. So you haven't been gone long. It's just that combat slows time down long.
So with my magical tinkering ability, I'm basically going like, instead of it being a magical little device, Braxis is going to like seem like he's kind of vomiting, but like he's going to retch on the, next to the hole, and a glowing bioluminescent ooze is gonna like pop out of like pour out of his mouth, and he's going to pick it up and like it's gonna solidify, and then he picks it up and kind of drops it down the hole so he can see farther down.
Okay. Braxis, looking into the hole below, I'll just put you guys all on the map so you guys can see what's what. That's going to put you here. Is everyone able to see clearly enough?
Yes.
That would put you about here on these rocks, about 10 feet below, and it actually looks clear.
Looks clear, guys.
How far? How far down?
It's about 10 feet, not a huge drop.
Bruce jumps down.
Okay, everybody moving down to the next floor?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, Buttercup's going to have to move to using her dagger, because I think she only has like 5 arrows left.
I do want to set up a rope
You can
before
investigate
we.
if you want to look for, if you want to try and recover some of the ones you spent. Buttercup.
Yeah, that's what she's going to do before she goes down, because she only has 6.
Sure. Go ahead and roll it. Braxis, what was that? I'm sorry.
I want to set up a rope before up top, like leading down into the hole, so it's easier to climb back.
Okay. Go ahead. So you set up a rope. That's easy enough.
How do I roll for searching for things?
Investigation. It's just an
Okay.
investigation roll. I still feel like investigation kind of should be able to know what it's. I understand, I suppose. All of this is technically like in the middle of solid rock wall. So this isn't like a flat terrain here. Basically, this is where you guys are. And
Okay.
all of this is like wall.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And you descended from this area.
I think I did that wrong.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a d4. Because you used a good amount of arrows there.
What's up with this mushroom?
Alright, you get 3 arrows back.
Thank
Bruce, it's looking pretty large. It's kind of like the other cave mushrooms you guys have seen, but this is a rather large formation.
This means nothing to Bruce.
So we
Van
should
Zandt.
not touch it.
Yeah, definitely not touching it.
I still have the
I'm sorry,
torch,
what was
or
that?
one of us has a torch, by the way.
Stab you in the face.
Yeah, I guess Bruce relit the torch after the
Okay.
Gelatinous Cube incident.
All right. Before you guys move on, and Buttercup, oh my god, let me like snatch you all back here. Okay, when you guys are about here, you're all going to see it. No check. You're not able to quite get there because there's a lot of stalagmites covering up the ground from here. But you see this large, sort of sleeping creature over here.
Is it a moose?
Not sleeping, it's not moving. Here, let me show you.
Oh, Jesus.
It is this long, multi-legged serpent with this, like, large, barbed scorpion tail.
Nice. It looks different from the other serpents, right?
It is a much larger... It actually looks similar, but it is much larger.
Yikes.
It's the mama.
However, you cannot get to it from where you
So we see it like
Okay.
across yonder. Oh, there it is. Okay.
are. Yeah, you see it across the way.
Okay.
And where you see these stalagmites, you are not able to, like, cross through to the other side. You're able to see through, but it's blocked off.
It's like a lattice of stalagmites and
Yeah.
stalactites there.
That's a good way to put it. Okay, so you see it up there. It doesn't seem to be disturbed by the torchlight. It
How
doesn't even seem to notice the torchlight.
high up are the rock formations that are keeping me from crossing?
They go all the way up to the ceiling.
Like floor to ceiling.
Okay.
Floor to ceiling.
Okay, so I can't jump over them.
No, no.
Okay.
And they're pretty tight as well. But you
Okay.
can see through them.
Okay. Well, we know that's there. I guess let's just look around.
Okay. Again, you guys are going to pass very large formations of these cave mushrooms. Just feel free to continue. All of you notice down here as you sort of walk around. Here, actually, right about here as well. You guys are going to see again one of these sort of lurking over the eggs, and the light doesn't seem to disturb it.
Another sea serpent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd like to check kind of down south over here if we can.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, sure. Again, you notice this part of the cave is particularly bare of any life. And you
Okay.
wonder to yourself if that cube that was sitting in that space has anything to do with that. You do notice several fungi which seem to be generally unaffected and flourishing quite well due to the lack of predators.
The cube.
You all continue exploring this cave.
Like, I'm trying to be like Ginger in my steps. about
Same.
this.
I don't. You know what? Bruce is over here now.
All right, you guys are able to, like, even for the noise that you make, Victor / Praxis, you're able to see that some of these serpents sort of start at the noise that you make, but there's no clear way for any of them to get to you. And Bruce, you're able to step into this water, and it does seem to be salt water.
Is there anything over here?
Roll me an investigation check.
He definitely doesn't have a button for investigation. 0.
You actually got a 0?
No, 13.
Okay, 13. Wow.
I
Just
don't.
a
I
plus
like.
0.
Yeah, it's just a D20.
There's more of, like, the coral rock that sort of seems to make up a lot of this area here.
Okay, but nothing of real interest.
Nothing of particular interest.
Okay.
In fact, this area is notably bare.
Do I see anything over here near this hole, or?
You certainly see a gigantic hole right about here. And it seems to drop down to the area below.
Can I toss the torch down?
Yeah, sure. You want to toss the torch down?
I want to toss the torch down and see if I can like gauge how far it goes.
All right. That
Bye
is
bye light source.
It goes about 10 feet, same as before, and it looks easy enough to drop to the floor below. Would y'all like to do so?
Sure.
Okay.
Not play with the angry mom, okay?
All right. So that's going to put everyone about here.
Oh, we all drop down the big hole?
Yeah, I was assuming you guys were moving down the hole.
Yeah.
Is that what y'all said y'all wanted to do?
That's what Bruce is doing.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to set up a rope as well before we climb down, just to make it easier to get back.
Sure. Braxis and Buttercup, go ahead and roll me survival checks. Because the two of you are kind of intellectual types who may be keeping track of this type of thing.
Bruce is not keeping track. Whatever it is,
Yeah.
he is not
free to
keeping track.
continue exploring, by the way, guys. Okay. You're not totally sure how far down you are, Braxis, but Buttercup, you know that at this point you're probably about 40 feet underground, and it's quiet. You don't hear any noise down here this deep, except for like the dripping in the water.
Okay. She just keeps quiet, you know, and is keeping her breath measured and everything.
Mm-hmm. Now, Bruce, as you guys are sort of wandering through the cave, and once you guys get to about here, this water seems to be much deeper.
Okay.
So you were about to jump straight on in there and be like, hee-haw.
How far across is it?
It's hard to say. You're gonna have to go underwater, and you're not gonna have your torch under there.
Right. I think.
So Braxis is going. What he's going to do is hork up another couple lumps of this bioluminescent ooze that hardens up, and he passes one to Bruce.
Nice. Okay.
5 feet of bright light, and I think it's like 5.
Bruce throws it as far as he can across the way.
Okay. Bruce, you throw it straight into here, and then it sort of gets lodged in this wedge here. And you can see that the path continues over there, but the path in this particular point is too tight for any of you to pass through.
Okay. Fair enough.
And moving up this way, you all eventually reach dead ends. It looks like the only way to progress will be to swim through the deep water and find a path through to the other side.
Braxis is going to take a rock and throw it into the something.
And it's
like basically he's trying to see if there's anything that reacts to the rock.
Aside from like the lapping of the ripples against the shore, silence.
Are we swimming across?
I think we might not have a choice. So Bruce is able to see after throwing that thing. There's no way he can jump across, right?
Bruce can see. All of you can see that there's a path on the other side.
It's narrow.
But it's narrow. It's too narrow here to pass through.
Okay.
And you guys would basically have to like swim from the south through the deep water in order to get to the other side. But the only one who'd be able to like see underwater like that is basically Buttercup, so she's gonna have to scout.
Well, I would have. I still have the glowstone and it works underwater.
Oh, that's
It's not a
true.
torch. It's a,
It does work underwater, yeah. If you want to use that hardened Braxis saliva, that poisonous, glowing saliva.
this one isn't poisonous. It's just glowing.
Oh, you just swap your salivas on the fly.
It's hey. Each of these things come out of different organs. Okay.
Oh, you're right. You're right. This is bile. I think you said.
All right, so what Buttercup does is, so she can see, she looks at both of them. She's like, I can swim first if y'all want me to.
Braxis nods a bit, but he still has the glowstone ready, so he'll follow behind you.
Okay.
So she puts her dagger between her teeth and just dives in.
Buttercup dives into the water. The salt water stings your eyes a little bit, Buttercup, but you're pleased to see that your new dark vision eyes work quite well underwater. And you're able to clearly see a path, sort of, that only goes underwater through this way. But it gets tight.
Bruce is gonna stay on the shore.
Wiggle.
Bruce is waiting.
No, Bruce is going. Bruce isn't scared.
They dive in, and after a moment, they don't come back.
And the light gets smaller as it goes
The light
away.
gets smaller, yeah. God, that's so ominous. Okay, Bruce, you follow them to the other side, where you guys all come up for like grateful breaths of air. Thankful that it was only a short path. But once you reach the other side, again, you note that this far underground, it seems to be very bare. There's not a whole lot of life down here.
Does Bruce feel any danger?
No, Bruce doesn't feel any danger.
I would like to kind of keep looking around, see if we find anything weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to continue to investigate.
As
Braxis.
we're investigating.
I'm just going to say the only thing you're able to find down here, Braxis, because there's not much here, is just occasional fungi that are just kind of growing off, and they seem to be of generally the same variety that you found in the distant cave.
Cool.
Buttercup's just moving everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping for a chance upstairs to like punch a monster into a pile of fungus and get it.
So Bruce has found this. Is he able to pass through?
Yeah, you're able to pass through that. Now, Buttercup, once you get to about here, you approach something that looks very odd. It's like a staircase, but smoother, and it's made of the same coral stone, but it has almost an intelligent design to it, and it seems to be descending even further.
He pauses at this and, huffs a bit of her hair out of her eyes and then turns to look to see if the guys are around her. She's like, so, we ballsy enough to go?
Yeah.
Braxis, I guess, starts to head downstairs.
All right, so I'm going to move you guys all downstairs. Okay, so as you all descend, you guys are going to be about here. As you all descend, you find yourself in something very different than the cave up above. Braxis, Bruce, and Buttercup, it doesn't take a check to notice all around you that these walls seem to be made of coral. And there are a vast number of like engravings and sort of like writings in the walls that have eroded with time.
Can Buttercup do an insight check to see if they're kind of similar to the swirls on her?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and make me that insight. You know what? No. You don't need an insight check to see this. They are very similar. The swirly runes are, in fact, very much the same. And now that you're all looking at this large, sort of rough coral shape here seems to resemble some large sort of figure that you can't quite make out, but it appears to be some sort of large crab. But there's something kind of off about it. It has far too many arms. Much of the
Deep sea monster.
temple, or much of this area around you seems to have fallen into ruin, and there is a lot of overgrown coral and collapsed stone. This pathway here seems to have been collapsed completely, and you're not able to move through it.
Can Bruce punch the crab?
You can, yeah. Go ahead. Oh my god.
A mighty strike.
You strike the coral, and it shatters, ruining the statue.
Whoops.
I'm gonna be passing through this hallway, and as I come to the door, I'm gonna stop and be looking.
Braxis, as you look around, it seems like it's been a long time since any sort of life has been down here. You see more ruins, but a room up ahead on your left, which is actually this way from your perspective.
I'm gonna go investigate.
Okay. Let me reference something.
So are these like piles of wood, kind of like in the corners of the room, or are those like punji stakes?
They are
They're gonna-
coral formations that are growing out of the wall.
Cool.
Nice.
So what you all see in this room is a large sort of mural across this wall, and it looks to be highly decorative. And it depicts these sort of like half fish, half person humanoids. And it looks like there are 4 major figures that are shown singing to smaller of these like fish humanoids. And then in another panel, these smaller humanoids are singing back to these 4 figures, and the 4 figures are shown falling into a sleep-like state.
Interesting.
I think I meant to hit. I don't know. Okay, so Buttercup is now thinking about the girl and looking at, all this stuff. It, just kind of like clicking the pieces.
Braxis is like going to shift back into Victor, just because Victor's curiosity is so strong that he needs to he's gonna draw sketch as much of this image as he can.
Okay. You take note of the mural.
Basically, he shifts and is like feverishly drawing this thing because it interests him so.
This place indicates highly intelligent design.
Bruce wants to touch it.
Yeah, you touch it, Bruce. You note it's made of the same sharp, coarse coral. Buttercup and Braxis, and Bruce, even as you guys are touching this, or Bruce, go ahead and roll me this at advantage. But everyone, roll me insight, or roll me investigation. Inside will work for you, Bruce. That's fine. Bruce, you are going to notice this mural on the wall. Okay, Braxis does not notice, but Buttercup and Bruce, both of you are going to notice this mural on the wall has not been cut into the wall. It has been grown naturally
Whoa.
to depict this mural.
Whoa.
And it's made entirely of coral, the same coral that makes up the rest of the walls.
How does it
Interesting.
feel on Bruce's skin? Is it like coarse, rough?
It's coarse and a little sharp, and it
This
leaves a light gray dust.
This sparks Buttercup's curiosity, so she immediately is starting to try to go through the rest of them.
Can Bruce punch it?
Yeah, you can punch it. Wow, okay. It's actually rather fragile, and Bruce, as you punch it, a large chunk of it collapses out onto the wall and crushes on the floor, permanently damaging
Is there anything behind it?
No, it's just more stone, or more coral stone, rather. Okay. Buttercup
We
and
left you to
Braxis.
your. We left you to your punching.
Yeah. Buttercup and Braxis, as you're moving forward, there appear to be these like large coral like growths sort of coming out of the wall that are kind of obscuring the path ahead. Just looks like
Break
they're
'em.
overgrown. Braxis, you crush them easily enough, clearing the way.
So where Bruce is, so does it look like I can pass through here?
No, this is completely collapsed. There's clearly a passageway, but it is crushed in by rubble.
Okay.
In this room, you all see this.
Nice.
Mermaid.
It appears to be another mural depicting a nomadic, primitive-looking merfolk.
Is that dragon touching that mermaid's ass?
Is it? Let's see. It looks like it.
Oh
It
no.
looks inappropriate, man.
Oh
I
no.
wanna feel. She's holding her hands up like, whoa, man.
Whoa, hold up. The guy on the left is like, dude, really?
Wow, dude, how dare you? So this mural, even though it looks this way, is actually depicting a nomadic, primitive-looking merfolk. And it is shown that a coral reef is grown by merfolk into a city through what appears to be singing.
Okay. These maps are really cool.
Right?
In this room over here, you find this mural. Looking at it, you can tell easily enough that there is a large coral building in which several ceremonially dressed elders are singing out towards what appears to be the sea.
Buttercup is making a mental note of all of this. She's finding it fascinating, but she's also thinking that it ties in with the little girl.
Okay. And Braxis, as you enter this room, you see this. It's a mural on the wall which depicts these merfolk holding these like orbs, and they seem to be revering these orbs. And there is a path is shown depicted that sort of just like descends, and they are like holding these orbs above their heads, standing on this path.
Okay.
It's just in the mural.
So is there a bunch of rubble in the path over here ahead of us?
Yeah, there's lots of rubble. And in fact, you see throughout these rooms this repeated statue. Many of them are degraded, but several of them are in pretty good shape. But it appears to be of a 6-armed crab. And there's another room which has this sort of like intelligently designed slope to it. Would you all like to descend?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Also, I'm kind of wishing the Bilgewater stuff had come out when we were making our characters for this.
Yeah.
Ghostwater Dive would be sick right now.
That'd be good.
Just like
Oh, here, let me
pop
turn
into
this-
some water and pop out later.
Here, let me turn the dynamic lighting off. Can you guys go ahead and reload your page? Sorry about that. Or it might be okay now, actually.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's loading.
You may just want to refresh. It's probably trying to load that dynamic lighting.
Oh no, I'm in now, but
Okay, perfect. Just let me know when you're set.
all good.
Okay. As you all enter this room, this seems to be about as far as you can go, as these other two paths on this side are blocked off. Entering this room, it appears to be of great significance, with many of these like swishy sort of runes that mark the shell of Buttercup's necklace, which Buttercup you haven't shown anyone else, are very similarly repeated around this room. Of these 4 statues here, 3 of them, or all of them depict merfolk. 3 of them are greatly destroyed.
Buttercup pauses at this and looks at everything, and she's like, "Hey guys, I got something to tell you."
Also, you guys see more of these here.
And so she very gingerly, takes out the necklace that she's wearing that has all these swirls and stuff on it, and that she's wearing. She looks at them and is like, "I found this in the cave that we are now taking over. I guess you can say, like, making it our home. But the symbols match."
Bruce just kind of looks it over and says,
Have you used it yet?
I don't know how to. I feel like this strong pull, but almost like a pull, but I don't know.
Buttercup, you feel intuitively that if you were to channel your attention into it, you could activate it. That's all it takes.
All right, so that is exactly what she's gonna do. She's gonna, just kind of like sit down Indian style. She's like, let me try something, and closes her eyes and takes a couple of deep breaths to kind of like calm her head down and start, trying to connect with them.
Okay. As you start doing this, Buttercup, you all watch as she sort of like, she sits down in a sort of meditative pose and starts to like focus on this necklace that she's wearing, and this like crude aquamarine stone with this shelled beads all aside it. The stone itself starts to sort of like tug and quiver, sort of twitching from side to side, before lighting up entirely as Buttercup is sort of sitting there, eyes closed. And Buttercup, you don't see it right away, but Bruce and Braxis, the 2 of you, notice as it begins reacting this way. And after a moment's notice, you're going to hear a sort of dripping sound as water begins dripping up towards the ceiling over here. And the water sort of picks up. It's a drip at first, then 2, then 3. And quickly it speeds up until there's like a small column of rain building towards the ceiling. And as this puddle on the ceiling sort of builds, a gray hand is going to sort of catch the side, and another one's going to like sort of, the water's going to sort of lift and like take the shape of a gray hand as it grabs the other. And a large gray figure is going to sort of drop off the ceiling and land prone on the ground, sort of sputtering as it catches itself.
I am the Marrow Summoner. Dun da da da.
This is very alarming to you and Bruce, Victor.
Bruce puts up his dukes.
Yeah, Braxis is about.
Not just that this thing is here, but also that Buttercup summoned it using this thing out of this cave.
Yeah.
So you guys are just throwing up your fists and like waiting and surprise.
We're getting ready to see if it comes towards us.
I'm readying an action by putting up my dukes.
Basically, yeah. Readying an action, see if it approaches.
Yeah,
if it punch the shit out of it.
As this thing sort of like catches itself and like sort of catches its breath, so to speak, on the ground, and sort of like it's sort of going to sit upright, sort of looking about at the 2 of you here, and then looking over at Buttercup, and then sort of like looking about at the rest of the room here. And you can see, all of you, that this creature looks very confused. And then, facing you, Buttercup, it's going to take, like, it's sort of like tentacly. I'll show you guys again. It's tentacly, fishy mouth, and say to you, speaking a language you don't recognize, sort of gurgling the words.
Bruce wants to flex, like go over to the marrow, and he wants to flex and say, "Hey, we got some questions," and he wants to try to intimidate him.
Go ahead and roll intimidation, Bruce.
Buttercup very slowly gets up and makes her way and walks to the marrow and sits down with him and points at the necklace. And then to him with like this, or him to, see if he knows what it is, because she's confused and she doesn't quite understand. But she is also showing that she is not being aggressive or anything like that.
Okay. Bruce, as you flex on it, it recoils. But it does not look immediately hostile to you. In fact, it looks incredibly confused and a little bit distraught. And it sort of recoils, and Buttercup, as you approach, it is going to recoil only slightly, but it is going to let you get closer than Bruce was. And you're pointing to your necklace?
Yes, sir.
You see the creature look at you and then look down at your necklace, and it looks back at you and it says, and it sort of points to itself.
She sits on the floor next to it and she's like, I don't understand you. I found this. Is it for your people?
It's sort of like it gingerly, like you're kind of like gently offering, like not giving it to it, but like holding it up for it to see, right?
Exactly.
It gingerly sort of brushes its fingers along the stone with something that looks like reverence, but then quickly recoils as if it shouldn't touch it. And again speaks to you in confusion before pointing at Bruce and turning back to you again, questioning you.
She shakes her head slowly, but looks at Bruce and then realizes that he is still sweating profusely. And so she looks between the marrow and then looks back at Bruce and then back at the marrow. And, she kind of like thinks for a second and it hits her. She's like, is he shifting to be something like you?
The marrow seems to be questioning you specifically about Bruce, but you can't understand what it's making it. Buttercup, I will point out, give me 1 second, Braxis. I will point out, Buttercup, that you are able to feel the presence of this marrow the same way you're able to feel the necklace that you wear around your neck. What was that, Braxis?
So I don't know what it's speaking, but one of the language I took for my prodigy feat was deep speech because of monsters. I don't know what it's speaking. I don't know if I can understand
I don't
it.
even know what deep speech is. I've never heard of that. It is.
Speech,
It's
that is
extremely unlikely that you would know this language. However,
I learned
you
deep
guys
speech
wanna
for
roll-
like monsters.
Okay. Deep speeches. For story reasons, I will say this. Buttercup, you are able to assess that this marrow seems to understand your intentions, but it cannot understand your words. It also seems to defer to you. And it is questioning you about Bruce and about your necklace, but you don't know what it's saying. It's also pointing at these.
What are the odds that speaking Fey?
It is not speaking.
God damn it. It's
Aquian.
worth a shot.
She
Aquian?
takes a deep breath, and looking at the mirror, she realizes she could feel him and sees that he's looking over there. So, showing the confusion on her face, she stands up and starts walking and motioning over to where he's pointing and herself as if she is supposed to go over there.
Okay. So, yes, it sort of nods. It wants you to approach that way.
Okay, so she climbs up there and then sits back down to show him, again, not being any sort of aggressive or anything.
This marrow is going to point to your necklace, and then it is going to point to this statue beside it. This statue engraved on its chest is the same necklace you are wearing. However, the face is crushed and eroded away.
Carefully, she goes and inspects it and very gingerly runs her hand over it and then rests on the necklace and is like trying to be respectful.
Okay. The marrow watches this and then points over to the one remaining statue, which is not completely destroyed. And pointing at your necklace is going to ask you, and it sort of points over at the statue.
Again, not understanding him, she follows what he is kind of, motioning at. So she very, carefully makes her way over there and once again lays her hand on the statue and looks at him like, is this what I'm supposed to do?
The marrow looks at you and then takes another look back at Bruce and over at Braxis, very uncertain, and then looks around the room one more time. And it is going to sort of like very, I almost want to use the word like reluctantly, almost kind of apprehensively, sort of like motions for you to give it this necklace that you're holding or that you're wearing.
She knows it's a risk and she thinks about it for a second but nods her head. And she kind of strokes her fingers on it reverently because she thinks it's very pretty. Of course she does, but she unsnaps it and then very gently passes it over to them.
The marrow, accepting this, takes this thing gingerly, like it's holding something that could be very easily broken. And sort of after a long pause looking at these other statues, it begins to sing. And despite its rough sort of fish voice, the singing that this marrow creates is this like ethereal, beautiful sound that sort of echoes around the room, and you all feel it deep in your core. And as you are hearing this song, the one remaining statue, this is actually going to be huge on the screen, sorry about this, the one remaining statue, which is not completely destroyed, is going to begin depetrifying. And what you find is this sort of old, here, let me see. Oh my goodness gracious. It's quite hard.
It's so big.
What looks like a very old merfolk wearing sort of like ceremonial kind of regalia.
The priestess.
It seems that way. And she sort of like sits up here. Let me just show you guys properly. That's what that looks like.
So Buttercup's afraid that she's gonna fall, so she like immediately like holds her hands out and is like going to catch her in case she falls.
She does fall. She falls forward, and you are able to catch her as she does so. And she sort of like accepts your help, and then turning to look at you with like these sort of like solid black eyes. The double layers kind of blink as they assess you in shock.
Is she
And
fine?
she is very old. Roll me roll me a d10, Bruce.
That's a 10. She's fine as hell.
Wow.
She's so hot.
Gorgeous.
So Bruce is gonna like try to run over there.
Oh my god.
Can I catch her?
We call that G.
Hey,
All right.
I'm Bruce Fantana.
She looks at you, Bruce, and she looks at the marrow, and she looks at all of you. She looks at the other statues, crumbled and ruined as they are. And all of you watch as she sort of like takes a hand and like sort of raises it to her mouth in what looks like shock. And she looks around the room at the state of the room, with it being destroyed as it is, and in ruins, the coral overgrown. And she sort of makes like a quiet, like, I want to say it's almost like gagging, but it looks like mourning.
I think Bruce offers her a Cliff Bar. Are you hungry? I feel like you've been sleeping for a
while
while.
this is going on, Braxis is going to kind of check out this other room over here off to the side.
Okay. Braxis, it just does, I'm sorry, it does just appear to be like a supplementary room. It looks like some ceremony may have taken place in this room long ago. But it
Is
seems
there
to complement this room here, which seems to be the centerpiece.
I'm gonna thoroughly look around this area, see if I find anything like of note, or is it just all
You do find
barren?
a lot of note. There are not so much spare objects around as just the walls are covered with these engravings, and there are two very noticeable statues of a six-armed crab.
Are these clearer than the ones that were upstairs, or no?
Oh yes, much clearer. These are in nearly perfect condition, the ones in these rooms.
Do they look similar to the giant crabs that we killed already?
They do not.
Okay, I
However,
was just curious.
they do this six-armed crab formation. Now that you are looking at it, looks very, very similar to what is in town. Although what is in town is much more eroded.
Okay.
And to the point that it no longer resembles a six-armed crab. It just looks like an odd coral formation.
Cool.
Buttercup looks at Bruce and she's all like, "Can you like give the lady just a little bit? She's had an awakening.
I'm offering
look
her a
around.
Cliff Bar.
She's waking up. What if she eats you? I'll
She-
let her."
She
So-
does not accept the Cliff Bar, Bruce. However, she notices that you're trying to offer her something, and Buttercup, as she sort of like leans on you to kind of right herself, she's again looking at you in great surprise, and she and the Marrow are going to sort of have an exchange in a language that you don't understand. And the Marrow is going to point to the necklace that you're currently wearing, Buttercup.
Okay.
And upon doing this, the woman is again going to sort of like raise a hand like to her mouth and like sort of more like this sound, which you guys interpret as just like dry weeping, you know. As she's sort of looking at these statues, and she's looking at you with this necklace, Buttercup. and looks at the party. And after another exchange with the marrow, the two of them seem to come to a decision. And the marrow, sort of stepping back and bowing his head, is going to allow this woman here, who sort of like almost Naga-like, the way she sort of like rides on her fins like a cobra, sort of keeping herself like awry, or not awry,
Upright.
upright. Thank you. Is going to sort of like move here to the center of this room and like hold her arms outward to any of you that would like to take her hand.
Bruce will definitely take her hand.
Same with Buttercup.
Okay. Braxis, you're welcome to join as well if you so choose.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Braxis will go.
Okay. All right. As this happens, her body begins to light and sort of like fill almost with this sort of like silvery, ethereal, bioluminescent glow. And her eyes, black, sort of fill with this light. And she begins to sing, and it's this beautiful. All of you are instantly entranced. As soon as you hear it, you cannot focus on anything else, and you lose all sense of the world around you. And
Buttercup starts crying.
Go ahead and take inspiration for that if you haven't already used your inspiration, Buttercup. As she's singing, and Buttercup is like silently like weeping, but unable to like blink or really look away from what's happening, you all feel your ethereal bodies sort of being tugged out, and you find yourselves all sort of like bare out in the ocean. And it's not that you're moving through the water, but the world is sort of moving in fast motion around you as your ethereal bodies are like moving deeper and deeper into the ocean. At the you see, as you're all like sort of approaching the edge, this nomadic tribe of merfolk, and they look very primitive, and they're sort of hunting, and they sort of happen upon this reef, and this reef, as you're watching, you can't understand the language of the song, but you see that here within these reef, these merfolk are prospering, and they are doing extremely well here, and they begin to sing to this reef. And as you guys are watching, almost in fast motion, the city begins to sort of like erupt out of this reef and grow, as merfolk are sort of like moving in and out, moving in a blur, you know, as you guys are seeing like generations of growth happening in like a few minutes. And as you guys are sort of learning the history of these people, your ethereal body sort of move through the ocean again, and you're outside this fine ceremonial building, and you see these elders, and they are these 4 elders, one of which is this woman here with you. You do not know her name, but you recognize her, and you also recognize the other one, which has a similar necklace to the one that Buttercup is singing. And the 4 of these elders are singing out to the sea. And they're doing this over and over and over again for years, right? And the city continues to grow, so you're able to get a sense that time is passing as they continue singing out into the sea. And then after a while, I'm sorry?
Okay.
Okay. After a while, as this like what appears to be ceremony, it just happens over and over again, you eventually see in the distance, far larger than the reef, this massive, looming, dark object sort of shifting from the depths below. It's not quite coming up to the reef, but you can see movement. It's huge. It's bigger than the whole sea. It sort of takes your whole vision as this looming dark mass kind of shifts around. and you can see the merfolk all celebrating. And you guys watch as very quickly as the civilization continues to develop, these sort of bioluminescent plants like lead to like this stairway that descends deeper and deeper into the dark. And from up this stairway, you're able to see merfolk coming back up the stairs with these large orange globes. And with that, you're suddenly back, all of you, to where you are in the shrine. However, a knowledge sort of seeps into your minds. Not only do you know the history of these merfolk, you don't know the language that they speak, but you have the knowledge of a song. It is a song taught to the priestesses who keep this crab asleep. All of you are going to be able to cast this basically once per long rest.
Okay.
Essentially what it does is if you sing this song, everyone around you that can hear it falls asleep. No save, they just fall asleep.
Cool.
However, if you do this from an amateur level, it will exhaust you completely and utterly, and you will have disadvantage on your attack rolls, your ability checks, and your ability saves until the next short rest.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
That will include your allies if they hear it, by the way, as this is an extremely powerful spell intended to be cast by individuals much more powerful than you.
Okay.
You are getting, and as this knowledge fills you, you guys understand that what's happening right now is she is initiating you as essentially priests or priestesses, or in your case priests, guys, of what's essentially what they believe is a dead civilization.
Cool.
And that having happened, and sadly with no other merfolk around to re-petrify her, this elder is going to slump weakly into this corner and collapse. This Marrow over here will come assist her.
Buttercup's right there too. Like she's trying to, help her be as, okay as possible. Can she try giving her some of the moss that she has?
Yes, you certainly can. Would you like to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. What was it? It was 2d4 plus 2. Is that right?
Yeah.
For the raw moss. All right, so you're just giving her one of those. The important thing is that she takes the moss, realizing that you're trying to help her, and she doesn't recognize it, but you're able to sort of pantomime that she needs to like chew and ingest, and as she does so, she instantly feels better. And she sort of recognizes a use of herbalism. And for the first time, she sort of smiles just a little bit, despite her predicament.
Did she not take the Cliff Bar from Bruce Santana?
Not at first, because you offered it as she was realizing that everyone she knew and loved was destroyed and there was nobody to re-petrify her, and so she was going to die.
Fair enough. He's going to hand it to her again and see if she wants to eat it.
She takes it. No, she's going to take it, not certain of what it is, and sort of give it a nibble. And then realizing it's delicious, she nods at you and sort of nibbles on both. What she does is she chews the herb, which is very bitter, and then washes it down with a bite of Cliff Bar. That's going to be your third ration, is that right?
Second, because...
Second. Okay,
yeah.
So you're down to one Cliff Bar.
That one serpent didn't take it, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. So, here's your situation, guys. All three of you have been basically sworn in as essentially warlocks who have taken a pact of the deep. In addition to this sleep spell that you all get, all of you learn the shape water cantrip.
Cool.
Ooh.
Neat.
Now, you have an exhausted merfolk here, as well as a confused Marrow, who doesn't speak Buttercup's language but understands her intentions. You're all basically sworn merfolk priests, strangely enough. What would you like to do now?
Buttercup looks at the
You're
guys.
deep
She's like,
underground.
huh?
You're all deep underground again, I would remind you.
She looks between them. She's like, I don't want to leave her here. Is there a safe place we can get her to? Maybe we can get her to the cave. There's that big pond area. Maybe she can, rest there and not be alone.
Hey, merfolk lady, I do a lot of naked yoga. Is that okay? We have this cave. You're welcome to stay there, but I do a lot of naked stretching. Is that fine? Are you okay with that?
She doesn't understand what you're saying, but she sees you occasionally nodding, and since you offered her the Cliff Bar, she like sort of weakly smiles and nods back.
Okay, as long as you're cool with it.
Is that what you guys want to do? Are y'all trying to?
I'm cool
I
with it.
think we're gonna try and
keep her here. Do you want to put her out?
escort her.
The Marrow too. He seems chill.
Yeah.
That's our friend. We're his priest now.
Okay.
Which
All
makes Buttercup feel all the more horrible because she totally massacred 2 of his people because she got.
That's
We just
true.
won't mention that.
That's true.
Well, she had a spear at the house.
That's true. That's very true. In the Clifton house, but not in the cave unless you moved it to the cave.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. So is that what you guys would like to do? Would you like to move all of this to the cave?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are able to get out of the cave easily enough, escorting this merfolk priestess all the way up. Sorry.
We're gonna need to come back and finish off that giant monster at some point.
That's true. You guys did see it up there.
Maybe not. She might be a lady.
All right. So here's how this works. You guys have a boat out here, but as you guys get to the water, they're both going to sort of like drop into the water to kind of like moisten themselves, you know?
Yeah, because they don't want to die.
Yeah, and she is going to just sort of like weakly swim alongside the boat, escorted by the Marrow, as you guys ferry her over to the distant cave. And as you are working like to get her into the cave, when you're all about, say about here, like about to enter the cave, Buttercup, there is this weird sort of surreal moment where you sort of like look off in the distance, sort of up towards the like main landmass, right?
Yeah.
And your vision suddenly stretches and zooms farther than where you are. And suddenly from where you're standing, you're looking far and you can see over the forest towards like the space of mountains ahead of you off in the distance. And your vision stretches towards these mountains like ever closer, as if you're just flying like miles over the ground in an instant. And it zooms in towards this mountain all the way up to what appears to be like this cave, right? Or it's this hole like in the heart of the mountain. And from the top of this cave grows this upside down tree with these beautiful glass-like crystalline leaves. And your vision zooms in even to those leaves, where you see this massive bird figure that sort of just like watches you, and it cocks its head. And as it turns its like massive beaked head, and this bird itself is like massive, like as big as a house. It turns its head and it turns like a red golden eye at you. It sort of blinks and looks at you up and down, and your vision sort of like zooms back out and snaps back to where you are. As you guys are sort of ferrying the priestess into the cave with the marrow.
She just takes the sharp intake of breath after seeing that, keeps it to herself, and is focused on helping the priestess into the cave so she can get her to that big lake at the pond area.
How is she gonna react to Cecily Clifton? Well, not Cecily.
Beatrice there.
Beatrice singing, floating in the air.
So basically what's happening is that as you guys help her in, and she's feeling a little better, and she's sort of escorted by this marrow as well, she is going to look in great surprise at Beatrice here. And it's almost immediate, because they're very surprised to see something that looks like a mark of their civilization, you know, especially from one of these like this other race, you know, that depetrified them and summoned them.
Yeah.
And you guys see as they begin to examine Beatrice with great interest. And after a while, the priestess is going to turn and say something to you, Buttercup, in a language you don't recognize, and kind of settle over here in the water, kind of like against this rock over here, I guess.
Yeah.
And she is going to begin singing. She's like resting comfortably in this water, like sitting, but she is singing in Beatrice's direction. And almost immediately you guys notice like the kind of like pale on her cheeks kind of fade. A little bit of the color comes back. The singing continues. Her hair continues to float. The rain is still gradually drifting towards the ceiling, but the paleness sort of fades, and the veins sort of recede in her throat and temples.
Seeing this, Buttercup gets a relieved look on her face, and of course she's currently bound to keep from floating off, so she very gently, unbinds the child and pulls her down. She's like, it's okay, of course, talking to her again, and starts checking over her very gently to see, what all is happening, and just sits there and tries to tend to the girl.
Does the singing affect Bruce in any way?
Yes, actually, it does, Bruce. Although she is not singing to you, you feel a strange relief. It's like you didn't know you were feeling kind of sick until suddenly you felt better. And while the sweating doesn't necessarily stop, anyone looking at you would notice that you are no longer nearly as pale as you were.
Nice.
So you guys now have this priestess who's sort of like ethereally singing in this cave to this floating girl who is also ethereally singing in this cave. This marrow who's going to hang out for a while. Is there anything you guys want him to do in particular?
Pay rent?
Buttercup doesn't know what to do, but she bows her head at him for all the help that he has given, and gestures to the water, in case he wants to stay there for a little bit to recover, because this was a trek for him, and it was a surprise, all of that, and mentally she's thinking oh, I probably need to go and get food for everyone. I think they like fish, but is that cannibalism?
He's kind of confused as you're pointing to the water and you're speaking to him, and he sort of says something to the priestess, who, without stopping to sing, sort of like nods in his direction, and then he like takes one more time at everybody else, or takes one more time looking at everybody else, and then where you had pointed into the water, he is going to sort of turn and like convert into just water that just sort of splashes onto the surface of water and vanish.
Weird.
That's cool.
So now that
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, now that we're back in the cave, Victor is going to try and back as Victor, not as Braxis. He's going to try and administer some medical aid to the very weak merfolk that is still sinking.
The very weak merfolk. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna try and see what he can do to improve her condition.
Okay, go ahead, roll me that medicine check, and then unless you guys want to do anything else, this is probably a great stopping point for us.
Fair enough.
Honestly, yeah, this seems like a good stopping point.
We're priests.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
That was a great session.
You're priests of a dead order of merfolk committed to keeping a crab asleep.
Cool.
Wow, that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, she's going to greatly. Are you still Braxis, by the way? Are you?
No, I just shifted back into. I just shifted into Victor before we left the cave, before we stepped out of the cave.
Okay,
No other person can see me as a beat.
Give yourself full health again, as you guys are basically. That's the end of the session there. Victor, she appreciates the comfort that you're providing, but continues like a soft, steady song to sort of comfort Beatrice and unknowingly Bruce as well.
At this time, Buttercup's sitting down and she has Beatrice in her lap. And so she pulls out like a rag and, it's kind of like wiping her face down and, very gingerly checking like her pulse and, just doing a basic checkup on her. Since she saw the color come back to her.
Bruce.
What are you doing, Bruce?
Bruce flexes, trying to enamor without words this beautiful
Flexing
specimen.
in a seductive way.
Yeah, that is like the most id flex possible. Because this is pure game. She doesn't speak his language. She's a foreigner. So he's just going to flex and rely on the aesthetics.
Okay. Roll me strength performance.
Strength performance?
Yeah, roll me strength. Physique. Your monks. I feel weird about
Athletics?
Bruce dropped on a fucked fish.
Just give me
He's trying to be
Dex save.
Dex save.
What do you want?
Give me a performance roll at advantage.
Hey!
There you go, buddy.
Sultry Bruce.
It is amazing. It is incredibly sexy. Bruce, she doesn't stop singing, but she takes notice. And she is going to sort of like rest a hand on your chest.
Ooh. Can I roll an insight check to see if she's like into me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh! Wow. We got sparks, baby!
Wow, Bruce.
Chemistry. The sparks are flying.
She's engaged with something, but she's intrigued. She has never seen a specimen.
Bruce has seen this look many times.
It's a look you're familiar with, but not from another species.
Okay.
But I mean, it is what it is, dude. She likes what she sees.
Cool.
One more thing before we finish finish today. Victor picks up a small stone, mutters, like kind of holds it a little bit, rubs a compound on it, and then passes it to Bruce. And Mr. Fantana, I have noted your affection for eagles, so I happen to put the call of one on this small stone so that you may emulate the sound whenever you wish.
Thank you. Every time it gets me every time. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks, man. And then as the eagle screeches, perhaps Mermaid Lady just kind of looks over.
Oh yeah.
So I think Bruce is gonna point to himself and say, Bruce Fantana, and then like point at the Mer Lady and see if we can like maybe catch her name.
Oh my god. Okay. She is going to sort of like hold a hand to her own chest, like seeing you do this, and she's going to say Ashta.
Hi, Asta.
Like this.
Nice. What's up, girl? Okay.
All right, Bruce bonding with the Mer Lady. The
Yes, he
elder,
is.
no less.
Okay. That was a great session, guys.
Absolutely.
That was awesome.
That was a really, really good one. I mean, all the other
Got
one.
to a fight, you know, we found a Mer Lady.
Savannah diffused.
Serpent.
Savannah, you totally diffused the whole fight. That could have gotten crazy.
Yeah.
We started in the first place.
Imagine if like we had beaten the shit out of each other and the fucking cube showed up.
Right?
Well, we're all
yeah.
like half our hit points and we're drained.
It was on its way.
Yeah.
I was wondering, but in a great sort of like dramatic irony, you guys got each other back for that, and that was awesome. Like,
Yeah.
helped each other out with that situation.
Braxis definitely helped out Bruce. Bruce punched the shit out of Braxis. It was help. It was help.
No, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, it was helpful.
Yeah, you guys are definitely posed to start asking questions about each other and about your situation, because if you weren't tied together by circumstance before, you absolutely are now.
Yeah.
And Buttercup, there was that certain something when you were coming back to shore, when your vision suddenly zoomed miles over to the distant mountain range, to that strange bird creature that was watching you.
It's my spirit animal.
It's like y'all made eye contact from miles away, and you picked up on it.
It wants me to go adventuring, doesn't it?
You will find out. You will most certainly find out.
Dun,
Okay,
dun, dun.
we can call it right there, unless there's anything else you wanna put out there.
I think we're good. I think
Yeah.
we're good.
I've successfully hit on the mermaid, so I think I'm fine.
Very well done.
He looks at her and says, "Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat?" Wouldn't you say my collection's complete? Yeah, I think I think that was good. We
I
killed a
think he
lot of
has
shit.
everything.
He even has his eagle stone now.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Victor.
Not that he needs it. There always seems to be an eagle around.
It's so good.
Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you very much for joining us on Norstead Point for nerdjamtv.com.
Yeah, thank you so much,
back
guys. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Eddie and Hunter have this amazing podcast. It's the Ad Proficiency Podcast. You can check it out on nerdjamtv.com. You can also check out Philip fucking Finkel, who is mythic. He's the top 10 in the world in Magic and limited format. Check out his articles. Check out his cool stuff. He does a lot of videos and he streams Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Check him out tomorrow. We also do Curse of Strahd on Monday nights. We do Norstead Point on Thursdays. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. We love you guys, and you all have a great night.